For thousands of years, evolution shaped the human body through hunger, climate, disease, and survival. But then something changed. We built cities. We made medicine. We transformed the world around us. And ever since, one strange idea has followed us that human evolution somehow stopped. But what if it never did? What if it simply became harder to see? Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Night falls over a cold plain that no longer exists. The grass is brittle under frost. The wind moves across open ground where mammoths once fed, and where small bands of humans walk close together, carrying fire in their hands and memory in their heads. Nothing about them looks finished. Their bodies are still being tested by hunger, disease, climate, distance, childbirth, violence, and the long mathematics of survival. Some children live, and some do not. Some lineages endure and others vanish without leaving a name. Over thousands of years, this pressure leaves marks in bone, skin, blood, digestion, immunity, and sleep. It leaves marks in fear, in endurance, in how fat is stored, how wounds heal, how lungs respond to thin air, how skin meets sunlight, how stomachs meet strange food, how brains endure stress. Everything is still moving. Nothing has reached a final form. And yet, standing in the bright world of the present, it is easy to believe the opposite. The modern city gives the impression of completion. Towers rise where cliffs once stood. Heat comes at the touch of a switch. Food arrives wrapped, labelled, transported across oceans. Medicine interrupts death. Eyeglasses correct poor sight. Shoes spare the foot from stone. Walls keep out rain. Screens compress distance. The ordinary person can pass through an entire day almost untouched by the raw conditions that shaped most of human existence. That comfort creates a powerful illusion. It suggests that the old struggle has been suspended, and with it, the ancient engine of change. From that impression comes a familiar claim, repeated in classrooms, documentaries, casual conversation, and confident online argument humans used to evolve, but not anymore. Somewhere in the distant past, the story seems to freeze. The ape becomes the toolmaker becomes the hunter becomes the farmer becomes the citizen, and the citizen becomes the modern human, after which the curtain falls. The species, by this view, steps out of nature and into history. Evolution belongs to everything before civilization. Technology replaces it. Culture outgrows it. Progress ends it. It is a neat idea, and like many neat ideas, it survives partly because it feels emotionally true. Modern people do not see themselves changing the way earlier humans seem to have changed. No new limb appears. No dramatic enlargement of the skull announces itself over a few generations. There is no visible transformation from one recognizably human form into another. Museums encourage this feeling without meaning to. They arrange the past as a procession of skulls and skeletons, each different enough to suggest movement, each strange enough to make the present seem settled. One gallery leads to the next. Brow ridges soften, posture straightens, tools become finer, symbolic behaviour appears. Then there is us, looking back at the exhibit under electric light, fully dressed, fully speaking, fully convinced that the process ended upon arrival. The old images reinforce the idea further, a row of figures from stooped ape to upright office worker, as if evolution has a direction, a goal, and an end point. What such images leave out is almost everything that matters. They flatten a branching, uneven, ongoing process into a single march. They mistake visibility for reality. They assume that if change is not theatrical, it is absent. The truth is harder, quieter, and more interesting. Evolution never promised spectacle. It does not work toward perfection. It does not pause out of respect for civilization. It does not vanish because humans build hospitals or write laws or fly in airplanes. It continues wherever some traits, for any reason, are passed on more successfully than others. That sentence sounds almost too plain to carry the weight of the question, yet it contains the whole dispute. If different environments, diets, diseases, habits, and reproductive patterns affect which genes spread, then evolution continues. If humans are still being born with variation, still surviving differently, still reproducing unevenly, then evolution continues. The real question is not whether it stopped. The real question is why so many people imagine that it did. Part of the answer lies in timescale. Human intuition is poor at anything that moves too slowly to notice directly, but fast enough to matter over centuries. A coastline erodes grain by grain, until suddenly a cliff seems to collapse all at once. A language drifts word by word until old poetry becomes nearly unreadable. A species changes generation by generation until 2 points in time look radically different when placed side by side. But no person standing in the middle of that movement feels the ground shift beneath their feet. Evolution belongs to that category of change. It is both relentless and difficult to see from the inside. A grandmother and granddaughter remain recognizably human. So do 10 grandmothers in a chain. So do 100. The scale at which the process becomes obvious usually exceeds the scale at which human attention operates. That is one reason the illusion of stillness feels so persuasive. People assume that because they do not witness transformation in a cinematic way, transformation is not occurring at all. Another part of the answer is that modern humans are surrounded by culture, and culture is fast. Clothing adapts to climate faster than skin can. Central heating solves winter before natural selection gets the chance. Agriculture changes diet in a few generations. Industry changes it in a few decades. Processed food changes it in a few years. Glasses preserve sight. Surgery alters survival. Vaccination reshapes mortality. The pace of cultural adaptation is so rapid, so flexible, and so visible that biological evolution can appear irrelevant beside it. But the evidence remains incomplete only if one assumes these forces float above biology rather than interacting with it. Culture does not cancel evolution. It changes the conditions under which evolution works. A new way of living can create a new set of pressures just as surely as a drought or an ice age can. Farming did not end selection. It transformed diet, disease exposure, settlement density, labour, fertility, and immunity. Cities did not end selection. They created fresh opportunities for pathogens and fresh demands on physiology. Medicine did not end selection. Scholars still debate how much it softened older pressures and how much it introduced new ones. Every major human invention alters the environment in which human bodies must function, and bodies remain part of that environment whether people notice or not. There is also a deeper psychological reason for the myth. To say that humans stopped evolving flatters a certain kind of self-image. It suggests that people crossed some invisible threshold and became exempt from the ordinary rules of life. Other species continue adapting because they remain trapped in nature. Humans, by contrast, become authors of their own condition. This is a comforting distinction. It makes the species feel singular, finished, perhaps even chosen. It fits older habits of thought in which humans stand outside the animal world looking in. Even in secular form, the structure of the idea survives. There is a before, full of necessity and struggle, and there is an after, in which intention takes over. The past belongs to biology, the present belongs to freedom, but that boundary is harder to defend than it first appears. Human intention is real, culture is real, technology is real, yet none of these erase the fact that humans are living organisms with inherited traits, developmental limits, vulnerabilities, and reproductive histories. The species did not step out of nature. It dragged more and more of nature indoors. What makes the question especially fascinating is that the answer is not merely yes. It is yes, but not in the way many people expect. Humans are still evolving, though often in forms too subtle to fit the old visual drama. The dramatic differences remembered from deep prehistory involved long separations, harsh ecological pressures, small populations, and immense stretches of time. Much of modern human evolution is more local, more recent, and often hidden beneath the skin. It appears in blood chemistry, immune response, tolerance for altitude, digestion of certain foods, patterns of pigmentation, resistance or vulnerability to disease, perhaps even in behavioral tendencies shaped indirectly by the environments people create. Some changes spread quickly, others stall. Some arise more than once in different populations. Some bring advantages in one setting and costs in another. No single explanation fully accounts for the pattern, because evolution is never one thing acting alone. It is migration, mutation, inheritance, selection, chance, and history constantly interfering with one another. The Old World offers a useful way to feel this more clearly. Imagine the last several tens of thousands of years not as the final page of evolution, but as one of its strangest chapters. A species leaves Africa and meets cold, forests, islands, mountains, deserts, strange parasites, new prey, long winters, unfamiliar plants, and other humans who are not quite the same. It develops languages, symbolic systems, rituals, trade routes, tools, traps, myths, boats, clothes, and obligations. It crosses ice bridges and open water. It buries its dead. It paints animals in caves. It domesticates wolves, then sheep, then cattle. It cuts fields from woodland. It drains marshes. It breeds grain. It gathers in villages that become towns that become cities. It piles refuse, breeds rats, shares wells, carries pathogens, stores wealth, fights wars, and survives plagues. At each stage, something about the environment changes, and with it, the pressures on bodies. The species becomes harder to read precisely because it becomes more successful at remaking the conditions around it. But altered conditions are still conditions. They do not float free of the body. They pass through the body. This is where the phrase "stop evolving" begins to collapse under its own weight. Stop evolving in response to what? To cold humans continue to show differences related to climate, though not in any simple or deterministic way. To food. The archaeological and genetic records suggest recent adaptation to new diets in multiple populations. To disease. There may be no clearer proof of ongoing evolution than the long contest between humans and pathogens. To altitude, sunlight, crowding, toxins, fertility patterns, sleep cycles, and metabolic strain. The record suggests pressure almost everywhere one cares to look. What disappears is not evolution itself, but the older expectation that important evolution must always produce a visibly new kind of human in the fossil record. That expectation belongs to an earlier way of seeing. Even the fossil record, taken seriously, warns against simplistic endings. Most human forms that once existed are gone. Homo erectus endured for an astonishing span of time and then vanished. Neanderthals flourished across vast regions and then disappeared as distinct populations, though part of their genetic legacy survives in many living people. Denisovans left little in bone, but more in DNA. Other branches flicker in and out of view through fragments of jaw, finger, teeth, or skull, each reminding us that the human story is not a clean ascent but a tangled set of experiments, extinctions, mixtures, and survivals. From that perspective, the claim that evolution simply stopped once one branch became globally dominant sounds less like science and more like a failure of imagination. It assumes that the only meaningful evolutionary event is the emergence of something obviously other than ourselves. But a species does not need to split into dramatic new forms in order to keep changing. It only needs inheritance, variation, and unequal outcomes. Humans have all three in abundance. The modern world, for all its steel and silicon, remains full of unequal outcomes shaped by biology and environment together, not in any crude, destiny-driven sense, and not in ways that justify simplistic conclusions about worth or hierarchy, but in the plain sense that bodies still differ, environments still matter, and inherited traits still influence survival and reproduction. It is crucial to be careful here, because this subject has often been distorted by bad science and worse ideology. Claims about human evolution have repeatedly been misused to rank populations, justify domination, or confuse adaptation with superiority. Mainstream science does not support those distortions. Adaptation is local, contingent, and morally empty. A trait that helps in one environment may do nothing in another or prove costly somewhere else. Evolution does not produce better people in any universal sense. It produces populations shaped by specific histories. What survives in the record suggests flexibility, not destiny. So the mystery at the centre of the modern claim is not really biological, it is narrative. People prefer a story in which human evolution belongs to the distant past, because the distant past is where they store struggle, danger, and animality. The present, by contrast, is imagined as a realm of self-invention. But self-invention does not abolish inheritance. It builds on it, and each new invention becomes part of the selection landscape for whatever comes next. The eyeglasses, antibiotics, caesarean sections, skyscrapers, night shifts, air travel, online dating, polluted air, abundant sugar, declining fertility in some places, rising longevity in others, assisted reproduction, migration across continents, and warming climate of the modern world are not signs that evolution has left the stage. They are the set design for its latest act. That is why the question matters, not because it allows a neat answer, but because it forces a more honest picture of what humans are. To ask whether people stopped evolving is to ask whether the species can ever become separate from its own biology. The answer, if the evidence is followed carefully, is no. Humans are exceptional in many ways, but not in that way. They remain animals shaped by history and inheritance. Even while they shape history in return, the ancient pressures did not vanish. They multiplied, changed costume, and moved into the systems humans built for themselves. The old ice, the old hunger, the old fevers, the old sunlight, the old childbirth risk, the old competition, the old vulnerability to local conditions never truly disappear. They become entangled with cities, empires, fields, laboratories, and machines. So the story begins not with a conclusion, but with a correction. Humans did not stop evolving. They became so good at transforming the world that the mechanisms of their own transformation grew harder to see. The deeper one looks, the less convincing the myth of stillness becomes. Under the calm surface of modern life, beneath identity and language and architecture and law, the species remains what it has always been unfinished, variable, exposed to consequence, carrying deep time inside every living body. The question is no longer whether evolution continues. The question is how it continues, where it leaves its marks, and what kind of creature emerges when natural selection must work through agriculture, cities, medicine, migration, and culture, as well as through cold, hunger, and disease. That is a stranger story than the myth of completion ever allowed, and it is only just beginning. To understand why the idea of human evolutionary stillness is so persistent, it helps to begin by clearing away the oldest misconception of all, the belief that evolution is a ladder. In ordinary speech, people still talk as if species climb upward from lower forms to higher ones, from primitive to advanced, from incomplete to complete. That language is seductive because it matches how human beings like to organize stories. Stories move somewhere. They have beginnings and endings. They imply direction, purpose, culmination. A world without those things feels untidy. But evolution is untidy. It does not move toward a final model. It does not aim at intelligence, morality, civilization, or complexity for its own sake. It responds, blindly and locally, to what survives and reproduces under given conditions. The result can look ingenious in retrospect, but ingenuity is not the same as intention. Eyes are not built because nature wants vision. Wings are not designed because nature dreams of flight. Human brains do not enlarge because the universe prefers philosophy. What happens instead is simpler and more ruthless. Variation appears. Some of that variation affects survival or reproduction. The variants that leave more descendants become more common. Over long stretches, those small statistical biases accumulate into forms that seem purposeful, though no planner is present. That difference matters because the claim that humans stopped evolving usually rests on an outdated picture of what evolution is supposed to look like. Many people imagine dramatic anatomical transformation, some visible march toward improvement, some obvious external upgrade. They expect a new species to emerge as if a product line had received a major redesign. When that does not happen, they infer that nothing is happening at all. But evolution often does its work in ways that are modest, piecemeal, and hidden from casual observation. A change in how the immune system recognizes a pathogen is evolution. A change in whether adults can digest milk is evolution. A change in how efficiently oxygen is used at altitude is evolution. A change in skin pigmentation under different ultraviolet conditions is evolution. A change in the timing of reproduction, susceptibility to disease, metabolism of diet, or tolerance of toxins can all be evolution if inherited variation affects who leaves descendants. None of these require a dramatic new silhouette. None require a species to become visibly other than itself. The expectation of spectacle is the first obstacle to understanding. Another obstacle is the persistent confusion between individuals changing and populations changing. A single human being does not evolve over a lifetime. A child does not begin as one kind of organism and become another through adaptation to circumstance in the evolutionary sense. Muscles can strengthen, languages can be learned, scars can accumulate, habits can alter metabolism, and culture can transform behavior. But these are not themselves evolution, unless they influence inherited patterns across generations. Evolution belongs to populations. It is statistical rather than personal. It is visible not in one body passing through time, but in the distribution of traits across many bodies over many generations. That is why intuition fights it so stubbornly. Human beings live as individuals. They suffer, choose, desire, fear, and age as individuals. Yet the mechanism that shapes the species works at another scale entirely. It acts through births, deaths, mating patterns, fertility differences, migration, and inheritance across populations. A person cannot feel a gene frequency changing any more than a raindrop can feel a river altering course. Once that is understood, another common confusion begins to loosen. People often speak of evolution as if it were synonymous with natural selection, but natural selection is only one part of the story. It may be the most famous part, and in many cases the most powerful, yet it is not alone. Mutation introduces new variation, usually in tiny and random ways. Most mutations do little or nothing noticeable. Some are harmful, a few prove useful in certain contexts. Recombination shuffles inherited material each generation, producing endless new combinations. Gene flow moves traits between populations when people migrate and have children across former boundaries. Genetic drift, which sounds abstract until its consequences become clear, can alter populations simply through chance, especially when groups are small. A trait can become common not because it is particularly useful, but because the people carrying it happen to survive a bottleneck, settle a new region, or expand demographically. The evidence remains incomplete in many cases because these forces often overlap. A population may carry a trait because of selection, drift, founder effects, or some tangled combination of all three. No single explanation fully accounts for every pattern, which is one reason the subject remains so scientifically rich. This is where the old notion of progress becomes particularly misleading. Evolution does not create universally better organisms. It creates organisms that are, at best, good enough for local conditions during a limited stretch of time. A polar bear is not more evolved than a tiger. A whale is not the culmination of land mammal history. A cavefish that loses its eyesight in perpetual darkness is not regressing toward inferiority. It is adapting to a world where eyes cost energy and offer no benefit. By the same logic, modern humans are not the perfected endpoint of ape history. They are a branch that survived, spread, and transformed its environment with unusual success. That success is real, but it does not exempt the species from trade-offs. Bigger brains bring difficult childbirth. Upright posture frees the hands but strains the spine. Long childhood allows learning but increases dependence. Rich diets can nourish or damage. Dense settlement supports civilization and invites epidemic disease. Every adaptation carries a history of compromise. Evolution is less a march toward excellence than a series of bargains with circumstance, some brilliant, some costly, many temporary. That point becomes clearer when one looks at extinctions, because extinction is the most decisive reminder that evolution has no built-in loyalty to any lineage. Most species that have ever existed are gone. Many were exquisitely adapted to their own environments until these environments changed too fast, too severely, or in the wrong direction. Human relatives are no exception. The history of the genus Homo is not a parade of inevitable triumph, but a graveyard of experiments. One branch survives today, but only after others disappear. Even within the surviving branch, many populations shrink, merge, split, migrate, and absorb one another. To say that humans evolved is not to say that a grand design steadily improved them. It is to say that among many hominin lineages, one particular network of populations persisted and changed through inheritance under shifting conditions. That process continues as long as inherited variation continues to matter. There is no clause in the mechanism that allows success to cancel the rules that produced it. Time complicates the picture further. Human beings are accustomed to historical time measured in dynasties, centuries, elections, or careers. Evolutionary time operates across generations, and generations overlap. This makes it deceptively difficult to judge rate. A trait under strong selection can spread surprisingly quickly in evolutionary terms, especially in large populations or when the advantage is substantial. Other traits may linger, remain patchy, or disappear. Some conditions produce rapid change, others preserve relative stability. For long periods, a body plan can remain recognizable while many smaller features shift beneath the surface. This is common in life generally. Horses do not turn into something visibly non-horse every few thousand years, yet their populations continue evolving. Songbirds remain songbirds while migration routes, beak sizes, plumage patterns, and disease resistance shift under local pressures. Human beings are no exception. The reason change feels absent is not because it is absent, but because the baseline form remains familiar, and because cultural memory is too short to track most biological change without tools. That last point is crucial. For most of history, humans had little direct evidence of evolution beyond what could be inferred from anatomy, fossils, and observed variation among living things. Without genetics, much of the process remained invisible. It is therefore unsurprising that older eras often imagined species as fixed kinds. Fixity is what common sense suggests when one lacks the means to see inheritance working over deep time. Even after Darwin and Wallace, even after natural selection entered scientific thought, many people retained the habit of imagining stable essences. The species seemed like a category rather than a flow. This habit survives in modern language. People speak of the human body as though there were one timeless model, even though actual bodies vary widely and carry the record of different evolutionary histories. They speak of human nature as though it was singular and frozen, even though behavior arises from a shifting mixture of evolved tendencies, development, culture, institutions, and contingency. The language of permanence comes easily. The science of population change asks for something less intuitive and more exact. It also asks for humility. Once evolution is stripped of its myths, it becomes clear that the process does not endorse moral conclusions. This matters because discussions of human evolution have so often been contaminated by value judgments disguised as science. Adaptation has been confused with superiority, difference with hierarchy, fitness with worth. In evolutionary biology, fitness does not mean strength, virtue, intelligence, or nobility. It means reproductive success in a particular environment. A trait can increase fitness in one context and become disadvantageous in another. A population can carry an adaptation to altitude that does nothing special at sea level. A gene variant that offers some protection against one disease may increase risk for another condition. The record suggests trade-offs almost everywhere. That is why responsible science is careful. It describes patterns and mechanisms. It does not convert them into rankings of human value. Scholars still debate many details of behavioral evolution precisely because the data are hard to interpret, and because simplistic narratives have done so much damage in the past. The relationship between evolution and environment is also more active than people sometimes assume. Environment does not merely sit outside the organism as a passive backdrop. It includes climate, altitude, pathogens, food, predators, toxins, social structure, labour patterns, settlement density, and, in humans above all, the cultural world that people build around themselves. A fur coat is environmental, so is a crowded market. So is a grain-based diet, a sewage system, a high-rise apartment, a malaria-infested wetland, a long winter at northern latitude, a pastoral economy rich in milk, a mining community breathing metal dust, or a social norm that encourages marriage early or late. The human environment is partly natural and partly constructed, but from the perspective of selection, what matters is not where a pressure comes from, but whether it affects survival and reproduction in heritable ways. Once this is grasped, the claim that civilization ended evolution begins to sound strange. Civilization is not the opposite of environment. It is one of the most powerful environments humans have ever created. Even stability, when it exists, needs explaining rather than assuming. Suppose a trait remains common over a long time. That does not mean evolution has ceased. It may mean stabilizing selection favors a middle range and weeds out extremes. Birth weight offers a classic example in general biological thinking. Too low can be dangerous. Too high can also create complications, so intermediate values may be favored. Many features of anatomy and physiology are maintained not because change is impossible, but because existing balances are functional under prevailing conditions. The same may apply to aspects of human development, fertility, or social behavior, though the evidence is often difficult to interpret cleanly. Population size matters as well. In very large populations, selection can act efficiently on small differences, but global interconnection and gene flow can also prevent local divergence from becoming extreme. In small isolated populations, unusual traits can become common through drift or founder effects. There is no single human evolutionary tempo because there is no single human environment. Consider, too, the role of chance. Human beings are often uncomfortable with the idea that something as consequential as biological history can be shaped by randomness. Yet chance is everywhere in evolution. A storm sinks one boat but not another. A pathogen strikes one village harder than its neighbour. A small band migrates across a mountain pass and becomes the ancestor of millions while another disappears. A mutation appears in one lineage and not the next. A famine arrives just as one generation reaches reproductive age. Once populations are reduced, drift can magnify the effects of accident. This does not mean adaptation is an illusion. It means history is never tidy. The human species carries both necessity and contingency in its blood. Some traits spread because they solve real problems posed by local conditions. Others hitchhike, persist, or vanish because history took a particular turn. What survives in the record suggests a species shaped not by a clean script but by interaction between pressure and luck. Seen this way, the idea that evolution must have stopped once humans became clever enough to alter their surroundings begins to reverse itself. Cleverness does not cancel evolutionary process. It multiplies the pathways through which it can act. A species that alters its diet, mobility, disease exposure, reproductive timing, and social complexity is not stepping off the board. It is changing the rules while remaining subject to consequences. The invention of agriculture, for example, is not merely a cultural transition. It reorganizes nutrition, workload, fertility, settlement patterns, pathogen exposure, and even relationships with domesticated animals. The rise of cities does something similar on a larger scale. Oceanic travel, colonization of high-altitude landscapes, industrial pollution, modern medicine, and global migration all create conditions under which different inherited variants may matter more or less. The resulting patterns are not always obvious to the eye, but they are still part of the same ancient mechanism. The more precisely evolution is defined, the less plausible the myth of human exemption becomes. Evolution is not a prehistoric costume drama in which bones enlarge, brows recede, and one species gives way to another before the lights come up on civilization. It is the ongoing change in inherited traits across populations over generations, produced by variation, inheritance, differential reproduction, mutation, migration, and chance. Under that definition, the only way humans could have stopped evolving would be if heredity stopped mattering. Variation ceased to arise, and all individuals left equal numbers of descendants regardless of biology or environment. None of those conditions is remotely true. Heredity still matters. Variation still appears. Reproductive outcomes are far from equal. Environments continue to reward some traits, penalize others, and reshape the rest through history. Once the fog of metaphor clears, the answer becomes almost unavoidable. But this only deepens the real challenge. If evolution has not stopped, then what kind of change should one expect in a species whose most distinctive trait is its ability to buffer itself from immediate danger with culture? The answer cannot simply be more of the same, because the pressures are no longer the same. Humans still face climate, food, pathogens, and reproduction, but these are now filtered through language, tools, institutions, medicine, trade, and belief. That means biological evolution in humans must increasingly be understood alongside cultural evolution, demographic history, and technological change. The old model of naked bodies meeting raw landscape is not wrong, only incomplete. The modern human condition is one in which genes and culture continually alter one another's context. It is a more complicated picture than the ladder of progress, but also a more faithful one. And so the ground is prepared. Once evolution is understood not as improvement, not as visible transformation of individuals, not as a one-way march, not as mere natural selection alone, and not as a process that culture can somehow abolish. The old statement that humans stopped evolving begins to sound less like a scientific claim and more like a misunderstanding repeated long enough to feel obvious. The task now is to look backward into deeper time, not to find an end point, but to see how thoroughly the human body itself was shaped by earlier pressures. Only then does the modern illusion become fully clear. People imagine that evolution ended because they mistake the ancient drama of visible transformation for the whole story. In reality, that drama was only one phase of a much longer and stranger process, and the body standing in the present still carries every sign that it was built in motion, rather than at rest. Long before cities, before grain fields, before walls and kings and written memory, the human body is already a record of relentless alteration. It carries the marks of climates crossed, foods tested, dangers endured, and strange compromises accepted over immense spans of time. To look at a modern human skeleton is to see something that can appear stable only because the eye is meeting the final frame of a very long sequence. Every familiar feature has a history. The hand that turns a key or grips a cup is descended from a structure shaped for climbing, grasping, throwing, making, carrying, striking, and signalling. The foot inside the shoe is not merely a platform for walking, but the end result of one of the great rearrangements in mammalian history. The spine that aches in office chairs is the spine of a creature whose ancestors committed themselves to upright movement and never solved all the engineering problems that came with it. The pelvis, the knee, the neck, the jaw, the rib cage, the shoulder, the skull, the larynx, the skin, the eye, the gut, the brain, none of them arrive as finished designs. They emerge through deep time as provisional answers to changing conditions, and many of those answers remain imperfect. This matters because people often imagine earlier human evolution as if it were obvious and dramatic at every step, some grand parade of transformations visible from one generation to the next. In reality, what later appears dramatic usually consists of many small adjustments spread across such vast periods that the human mind struggles to hold them. Upright walking is a useful example. It is tempting to treat bipedalism as a single event, a decisive crossing from ape to human. But it is better understood as a long and uneven reorganization. Once a lineage spends more time upright, everything changes in relation to that choice. The spine must balance a differently positioned skull. The pelvis must support organs under new pressures while still allowing childbirth. The lower limbs become central to movement. The foot loses some grasping flexibility and becomes a structure for support and propulsion. The hands, freed from primary locomotion, enter a wider economy of tasks. None of this happens without cost. Upright walking is efficient in some ways and punishing in others. It gives reach, visibility, endurance over distance, and new possibilities for carrying objects and infants. But it also produces chronic strain. The human back is not the back of a perfected engineer's model. It is the back of a compromise that happened to work well enough. The same is true of the hand. It is easy to admire the human hand as though evolution set out to invent dexterity. What survives in the record suggests something more contingent. The hand becomes extraordinary, not because it was designed for modern precision, but because a primate structure adapted to climbing and grasping is gradually recruited into more and more demanding roles. Tool use intensifies these demands. So does throwing, which is rarer and far more significant than it might first appear. The human capacity to throw with speed and accuracy depends on a suite of anatomical relationships in the shoulder, arm, torso, and hand that allow stored elastic energy and coordinated release. This is not just a trait for hunting. It belongs to a wider package of manual and upper body control that shapes how humans interact with the world. A thrown stone, a sharpened spear, a scraped hide, a napped flake, a threaded fibre, a carved shaft, a drawn image on rock, each depends on bodily changes that accumulate over time. The hand becomes a maker's hand because the whole organism is entering a way of life in which manipulation matters more and more. Then there is the head, which offers perhaps the most famous sign of human change and also the most misunderstood. Brain size tends to dominate the story, and for good reason. Across much of hominin evolution, average cranial capacity increases, though not in a smooth upward line and not as the only thing that matters. The enlarged human brain is metabolically costly, developmentally demanding, and biologically risky. It requires prolonged childhood, heavy parental investment, and a level of social cooperation that helps sustain immature young for years. It also creates one of the deepest tensions in human anatomy, the tension between a large-brained infant and a pelvis already constrained by upright walking. Childbirth in humans becomes unusually difficult among mammals, a stark reminder that evolution often advances by accepting problems rather than eliminating them. The species pays for cognition with vulnerability. That trade-off is one of the great signatures of the human line. Intelligence, language, planning, abstraction, and social learning do not arrive as free upgrades. They arrive wrapped in dependence, energetic expense, and danger. Even the face records a long transformation. Earlier hominins often carry larger jaws, heavier brow ridges, more projecting faces, and teeth shaped by different diets and developmental patterns. Over time, in many lineages, the face becomes relatively flatter, the teeth smaller, the jaw less robust. These changes are sometimes read too simply as signs of refinement, as though evolution were cleaning up the skull to produce a more civilized expression. That is not how the process works. Diet changes matter, so do cooking, tool use, food processing, and developmental timing. Once food is cut, pounded, roasted, or otherwise softened outside the mouth, the demands on teeth and jaw can shift. But scholars still debate how best to untangle all the causes. Changes in chewing mechanics, facial growth, social behavior, and speech-related anatomy may all play roles. No single explanation fully accounts for this transformation. What matters here is the cumulative lesson large visible changes in humans did happen, but they happened because bodies were being reshaped by long interaction with behavior, environment, and technology, even in very early forms. The body and the way of life are never separate for long. Skin, hair, and temperature regulation tell a similar story, though they leave fewer direct traces in bone. Modern humans are unusual among primates for their relative hairlessness and exceptional sweating capacity. These features are so familiar that they rarely feel strange, yet they belong to a remarkable adaptation, a body that can move for long periods under heat stress, cooling itself efficiently through sweat, has certain advantages in open and warm environments. Endurance, persistence hunting, daytime movement, and broader foraging ranges become more plausible under such conditions. The cost, however, is increased vulnerability to cold, sun exposure, dehydration, and the need for behavioral solutions such as shade, clothing, shelter, or timing of activity. Human skin pigmentation then enters as another layer of adaptation, shaped in part by ultraviolet radiation, vitamin regulation, and the balance between protecting tissue and permitting enough light-dependent chemistry. None of this is ornamental from an evolutionary perspective. Skin is a living interface with latitude, climate, and disease ecology. It is one more reminder that even the most outwardly visible human traits are historical responses rather than fixed essences. The human throat and mouth carry another deep transformation, one that touches speech, breathing, swallowing, and risk. The anatomy that supports the extraordinary range of human vocalization is not without consequences. Humans are unusually vulnerable to choking because the airway and food passage intersect in ways that make complex speech possible, but safe swallowing less certain. This is an old evolutionary bargain, subtle in daily life until something goes wrong. Language itself does not fossilize neatly, and the exact timeline of fully modern speech remains debated. But the bodily foundations for rich vocal communication are clearly part of the human story. So too is hearing attuned to frequencies important for speech, neural organization for symbolic processing, and social structures that reward communication. Here again, what looks like a triumph is also a compromise. Every major human ability seems to come with a price, and that is exactly what evolution so often produces. The eye offers a quieter example. Human vision is highly developed in ways that matter for social reading, tool use, environmental awareness, and long-distance interpretation of landscape. Yet it is far from perfect. The retina is built backward in a way inherited from deeper vertebrate ancestry. The eye is vulnerable to injury, degeneration, and a wide range of developmental mismatches. In the modern world, widespread myopia has become more visible, likely linked in part to environmental conditions such as reduced outdoor time and intensive near work, though the interaction between genes and environment is complex. The point is not that the human eye is failing in some dramatic evolutionary sense. It is that even a feature often praised as sophisticated remains a patchwork of inherited structure and local context. Evolution does not begin from scratch. It modifies what already exists. The human body is full of such historical leftovers, jury-rigged adjustments, and workable imperfections. That is one of the clearest signs that it was built by process rather than by plan. When people imagine that human evolution should still be producing obvious outward transformation, they often forget how long it took for the older visible pattern to emerge. The shift from earlier Australopith forms to later Homo, the expansion and reorganization of the brain, the refinement of tools, the changes in body proportions associated with long-distance walking and running, the geographic spread into different climates. These are not brief episodes. They stretch across hundreds of thousands and millions of years. Seen at that scale, even substantial evolutionary change becomes less like a leap and more like weathering. A landscape can be carved into a canyon not because one day was dramatic, but because countless small forces acted long enough. Human anatomy is that canyon. It is the result of persistent selective pressures and accumulated variation operating beyond the horizon of ordinary experience. Body proportions themselves reveal how much environment mattered. Populations in colder regions often show traits consistent with conserving heat, while populations in hotter regions often show traits more effective for dissipating it, though real human variation is always more complex than old racial typologies allowed. Limb length, body mass distribution, and other features reflect long interaction with climate, mobility, and subsistence. But any responsible account must also stress mixture, migration, and flexibility. Human populations have never been sealed containers. They move, blend, separate, and reconnect. Still, the broad principle remains clear: the body is plastic in development and responsive in evolution. Cold and heat, altitude and humidity, food scarcity and abundance all leave their mark if given enough generations. The apparent solidity of the human form hides just how responsive it has been across time. Teeth, often among the best preserved traces in the archaeological record, provide some of the clearest clues. They record diet, wear, developmental stress, disease, and ancestry. Heavy wear in some past populations reflects tough or gritty food and the use of teeth as tools. Cavities rise dramatically in populations dependent on carbohydrate-rich agriculture. Enamel defects can record stress in childhood. Wisdom teeth, so troublesome in many modern mouths, hint at mismatches between jaw size, developmental patterns, and dentition. Here the human story becomes almost intimate in its evidence. Tiny lines in enamel, abscesses in the jaw, where facets on molars, microscopic scratches on tooth surfaces all reveal lives shaped by food, labor, and biology together. Teeth are not glamorous evidence, but they are among the most honest. They show that the human body has never stood apart from the conditions of existence. It takes the world into itself with every bite. And then there is childhood, perhaps the most distinctive and consequential of all human evolutionary features. Humans are born unusually helpless and remain dependent for an unusually long time. This extended developmental period is not simply a sentimental fact about family life. It is central to the species. It allows immense learning, socialization, imitation, and neural development. It creates room for culture to penetrate deeply into biology's timetable. But it also demands intense care, cooperation, and resource sharing, grandparents, siblings, fathers, wider kin, and community all matter more in such a system. The evolution of the human body therefore cannot be separated from the evolution of social structure. A species with long childhood must become, in some sense, a species of collective investment. This social dependency is one reason humans can adapt so flexibly to different environments without waiting for slow genetic change alone. Yet it is itself an evolved condition. The long childhood is not outside evolution, it is one of its greatest human products. The older one looks, the less plausible it becomes that evolution is something humans left behind. The body is evidence against that fantasy at every level. It is a moving archive of solved and unsolved problems. It is built for endurance but prone to injury. Built for intelligence but constrained by birth. Built for speech but at risk of choking. Built for grasping and making but haunted by ancestral structure. Built for social life yet dependent on long and fragile development. None of this resembles a finished design. It resembles an organism continually revised under pressure. Earlier human evolution leaves visible marks because the pressures were strong, prolonged, and often tied to ecological challenges that reshaped anatomy in ways fossils can capture. That visible history is what later creates the expectation that all evolution must look equally dramatic. But visible history can mislead. The body changed greatly because it had been exposed to deep time. Once the basic human form became established, further change did not have to rewrite the whole frame to matter. This is the threshold where the modern misunderstanding begins. People look at the ancient body in motion and the modern body in apparent stability and imagine a dividing line. Before, evolution; after, culture; before, biology; after, history. But the deep story told by bones, teeth, skin, posture, and development suggests something subtler. Human beings have always been shaped by the interaction of body and behavior. Tool use changed anatomy. Fire changed diet. Cooperation changed childhood. Movement across climates changed skin, lungs, limbs, and metabolism. The body is never only reacting to nature in the narrow sense. It is reacting to the total lived world of the organism, and humans have been remaking that world for a very long time. The species does not leave evolution behind when it becomes more inventive. It gives evolution new material to work with. What the earlier phases of human change truly establish, then, is not an endpoint but a principle. The human body is historical all the way through. It is not a fixed template that once evolved dramatically and then settled into final form. It is a flexible, compromised, responsive organism that has already passed through many rounds of selection, drift, migration, and environmental challenge. That is why the question ahead becomes so important. If the body was built through long interaction with changing ways of life, what happens when humans begin to change those ways of life faster than ever before? When fire becomes habitual, when tools multiply, when shelter expands, when social intelligence deepens, when language thickens the world with shared meaning, the pressures do not vanish. They become more complex. The ancient body enters a new kind of landscape, one increasingly shaped by human hands, and from that point onward the story of evolution becomes even harder to see but no less real. At first the change is small enough to miss. A camp lasts longer than it once did. A fire burns not only for warmth but for habit. Stones are carried because they may be needed later. A carcass is not simply eaten where it falls but divided, transported, guarded, argued over, remembered. The landscape is still dangerous, still ruled by cold, drought, predators, and sudden injury. yet a new layer settles over it almost invisibly, the layer of prepared life. Humans do not merely enter environments now, they begin to prearrange them. That shift is one of the great turning points in the story of the species, because it changes not only how people survive, but what survival itself demands. Evolution does not stop at that threshold. It encounters a new kind of pressure, one increasingly filtered through foresight, cooperation, and technology. Fire is perhaps the clearest symbol of this altered world, but symbol is too weak a word for what it does. Control of fire changes food, safety, territory, time, and the body all at once. Cooked food becomes softer, easier to chew, quicker to digest, and more efficient in the energy it yields. Some toxins are reduced, pathogens are killed, meat becomes safer, tubers become more usable. The mouth, the gut, the timetable of eating, and the social scene of the meal all begin to change around this single practice. Scholars still debate the exact chronology and the unevenness of early fire use, because the evidence remains incomplete, and traces can be difficult to interpret. But what survives in the record suggests that habitual fire, once established, profoundly reorganizes daily life. It extends the day beyond sunset. It creates a protected zone within darkness. It draws bodies together in circles of light. It may help drive away some predators and biting insects. It makes colder environments more accessible. It creates smoke, ash, heat, smell, and a central place around which labor and memory can accumulate. That protected zone matters more than it first appears. A fire is not just a tool, it is a local climate. Around it, the range of viable human behavior expands. Infants survive nights that might once have killed them. Elders remain useful longer. Injury is easier to endure when heat can be maintained. Hides can be dried. Wood can be hardened. Food can be shared over time instead of consumed immediately in raw urgency. Even social behavior may be altered by the rhythm of evenings spent in relative safety, where work slows, attention changes, and stories become more likely. There is no need to romanticize this scene. Firelight does not create instant wisdom or community harmony. It creates one more selective environment. Those who manage flame remember fuel sources, teach children caution, and organize activity around its possibilities may fare better than those who do not. In this way, culture begins to do what climate and terrain have always done: sought outcomes. Tools deepen the pattern. Earlier primates use objects. Some other animals still do, but in the human line, tool use becomes cumulative, portable, teachable, and increasingly central to survival. A sharpened edge is more than a convenient extension of the hand. It changes the body's relationship to carcasses, plants, hides, wood, and bone. A spear changes the distance at which danger can be managed. A digging stick changes access to underground food. A scraping tool changes how skins can be turned into protection. Adhesives, bindings, shafts, hafting, composite construction. Each step expands the problem-solving capacity of relatively fragile primate bodies. Humans do not evolve claws or fangs or thick fur or armor. They evolve a style of life in which external objects perform some of those functions instead. That strategy has enormous consequences. It means selection may favor memory, coordination, planning, dexterity, teaching, and social trust as much as raw anatomical specialization. The result is not freedom from nature, but a more mediated encounter with it. A human armed with a stone point is still vulnerable to cold, exhaustion, and infection, but the balance of risk shifts. Prey that once required close struggle can be injured at a distance. Food that once lay inaccessible can be processed and eaten. Shelter that once barely resisted wind can be reinforced. The environment remains dangerous, yet danger now passes through a filter of learned skill. This creates a world in which inherited biology and transmitted culture are already entangled. An individual with a body suited for endurance, coordination, and social learning may thrive in part because a group possesses tools and techniques built over generations. A group that preserves and refines those techniques may survive environments that would otherwise be lethal. Selection no longer acts only on what the body is in isolation. It acts increasingly on how bodies function inside systems of shared knowledge. Shelter works in much the same way. The first windbreak, the first simple structure, the first habitual use of caves or repeated camp layouts may seem modest compared with later architecture, but they represent a conceptual revolution. A body that builds cover no longer accepts weather as an immediate fact. It edits exposure. Walls, roofs, bedding, wind barriers, clothing storage, protected sleeping places, arranged hearths, and defended entrances all alter who gets sick, who stays warm, who rests well, and who survives storms or predation. Shelter also changes demography in small but powerful ways. Infants can be protected more consistently. Food can be stored. Older adults can contribute longer. Seasonal return to known places becomes possible. The body does not stop mattering in such a world. If anything, the interplay between body and built environment intensifies. A sleeping platform changes parasite exposure. A drafty refuge changes respiratory stress. Smoke changes lungs and eyes. Crowding changes disease risk. Every improvement creates its own costs. Language, though far harder to recover directly from the archaeological record, may be the most transformative of all these developments. Once information can be shared with precision beyond immediate gesture or emotional signaling, the species enters a new evolutionary landscape. Hunting plans can be coordinated before movement begins. Distant resources can be described. Social rules can outlive the moment. Toolmaking can be taught in detail. Warnings can be given about plants, cliffs, water sources, rival groups, seasons, and animal behavior. Kinship becomes easier to track. Memory detaches from the individual and begins to reside in the group. Scholars still debate the timing and gradual assembly of fully modern language, and no single anatomical or genetic clue settles the matter on its own. Yet what survives in the broader human record suggests that complex communication is central to the species' success. Language thickens the environment. It adds an invisible layer of instruction, obligation, and anticipation to the physical world. Once that layer exists, selection is transformed in subtle ways. Individuals are no longer surviving on the basis of their own perception and reflex alone. They survive through inherited systems of knowledge that they did not invent. A child learns what to eat, where not to walk, when to leave, how to carry a flame, how to shape a point, how to read a sky, how to interpret tracks, how to respond to strangers, how to care for an infant, how to mourn, how to return. None of this abolishes biology. It changes what biology must support. Long childhood becomes even more useful in a world rich with learned behavior. Social tolerance, attention, memory, imitation, and cooperative care matter more. The human organism becomes, in effect, an animal built to be unfinished at birth, because so much of its survival strategy now depends on what a community can place inside it after birth. Cooperation follows the same path. Earlier primates cooperate, of course, and many social mammals do, but humans appear to push cooperative life into unusual territory. especially when it comes to food sharing, alloparenting, long-term obligation, and coordinated action among individuals who are not always in immediate competition. A large prey animal can be hunted, butchered, defended, and distributed. An injured group member may survive because others carry or feed them. A grandmother past her own reproductive years may still profoundly affect the survival of descendants. Orphans can sometimes be absorbed. Knowledge can be retained by elders and redistributed to the young. These are not sentimental additions to the story. They are part of the adaptive system itself. A species with prolonged childhood, risky childbirth, and costly brains benefits enormously from a social structure that spreads care and information. The famous human capacity for cooperation is not a soft moral afterthought. It is a biological and cultural strategy with deep evolutionary consequences. Yet this new human world is not simply kinder or easier. That is another trap in the story. The same tools that extend life can also intensify violence. Fire can protect but also burn competitors out of cover. Language can coordinate help but also deception. Shared memory can preserve knowledge but also feud, exclusion, and hierarchy. Shelter can reduce weather stress but create smoke exposure and crowding. Food storage can smooth scarcity but attract thieves and pests. There is no clean break between solution and complication. Human innovations alter the pressures acting on populations, but they do so in both directions at once. Some older dangers recede, others sharpen, and entirely new problems emerge. That is exactly what makes this stage so important. Evolution does not encounter a species that has escaped natural pressures. It encounters a species that now manufactures part of its own selection environment. One of the clearest signs of this shift is geographic expansion. Bodies alone do not carry humans across such a wide range of climates. Bodies plus culture do. Clothing, fire, shelters, social planning, transportable tools, and shared seasonal knowledge allow groups to move into colder latitudes, drier zones, more variable landscapes, and places with unfamiliar ecologies. In such settings, the relationship between inherited biology and cultural buffering becomes especially complex. A person may survive cold partly because of physiology and partly because of stitched hides, controlled flame, and communal sleeping arrangements. A group may succeed at altitude partly because of acclimatization practices and partly because over many generations inherited traits, improving oxygen use, become more common. The ancient dichotomy between nature and culture begins to collapse under the evidence. Human life works through both at once. This is also the point where the common myth of evolutionary stoppage begins, in seed form, long before anyone says it aloud. Once tools and social knowledge become powerful, it becomes tempting to imagine that culture has replaced biology altogether. A coat beats cold, a spear beats claws, a cooking fire beats raw digestion, a story beats ignorance. But beating a pressure is not the same as erasing it. It means the pressure now acts differently. Cold may kill the poorly sheltered more than the physiologically vulnerable. Disease may strike the crowded camp more than the solitary traveller. Skill with tools may matter more in reproduction than sheer strength in some contexts, though strength still matters plenty in others. A body that can learn quickly, cooperate reliably, and endure repeated labour within a social system may now leave more descendants than one optimised for a previous ecological niche. Invention does not end selection. It rearranges its targets. There is a deeper irony here. The more humans buffer themselves from the environment, the more they become dependent on one another and on inherited culture. which creates fresh opportunities for selection to act on social and developmental traits. A solitary animal may survive through instinct and body plan alone. A human infant cannot. A human adult deprived of language, tools, and community is astonishingly vulnerable, despite all the species' intelligence. Human success is collective before it is individual. That means the survival of genes increasingly depends on the maintenance of systems larger than the body. Selection may therefore act not only through direct environmental hardship, but through membership in cooperative networks, access to knowledge, stability of social bonds, and competence within culturally organized life. These are difficult things to measure in the ancient record, which is why many details remain debated. Still, the general pattern is hard to deny. Human evolution becomes more entangled with culture precisely because culture becomes indispensable. There are hints of this in injuries found in ancient remains. Individuals sometimes survive severe trauma that would likely have been fatal without sustained care. Healed fractures, tooth loss endured for years, long-term disability followed by continued life. These are not universal, and they do not prove some glowing vision of prehistoric compassion. But they do suggest that in at least some groups, care extended beyond immediate utility. Such care alters the selective landscape. It can preserve lives that older pressures might have ended. It can keep knowledge bearers alive. It can increase the role of social reputation, reciprocity, and kin investment. Once again, a biological outcome depends on a cultural practice. Once again, evolution adapts not to raw wilderness alone, but to a human-shaped environment. By now, the old image of evolution as a force operating only through naked bodies facing wild landscapes starts to seem incomplete. The naked body is still there, yes, exposed to cold, hunger, predators, parasites, and childbirth risk. But around that body is a growing cloud of technique. Firelight flickers, spears harden, shelters rise, children listen, roots are remembered, seasons are anticipated, hands make objects the body does not possess by itself, mouths pass on things the genes do not contain. This is not the end of the evolutionary story. It is the beginning of a more intricate phase, one in which selection can no longer be understood without culture, and culture cannot be understood without the evolved bodies that make it possible. That intricacy matters because the next great transformation will magnify it enormously. Once humans begin to farm, settle densely, store food at scale, live among domesticated animals, and build permanent communities, the old interplay between biology and culture will not disappear. It will intensify into something even stranger. New diets will reshape teeth, bones, growth, and metabolism. New diseases will move through crowded bodies. Fertility will change. Labor will change. Childhood will change. The human-made environment will become powerful enough to rival climate itself, and still the underlying rule will remain the same. Whatever affects survival and reproduction across generations can shape the species. Fire and tools did not end evolution. They taught it to speak through culture. The first field does not look like the beginning of a new evolutionary age. It looks small, local, almost fragile. A patch of ground is cleared. Seeds are noticed, then favoured, then guarded. Wild stands become familiar. Familiar stands become managed. Herd animals are watched more closely, then confined, then bred. The shift is gradual enough that those living through it may not sense its full scale. Hunting and gathering do not vanish overnight. For long stretches, the old and new ways overlap, combine, and compete. Yet once farming begins to anchor people more firmly to land, the human story changes with astonishing force. What had once been an adaptive strategy among many becomes, in some regions, a total reorganization of life. Food is no longer only found, it is increasingly produced, stored, defended, taxed, inherited, and fought over. In evolutionary terms, that means one thing above all: the pressures acting on human bodies begin to change in ways both intimate and immense. Agriculture seems, at first glance, like a triumph over uncertainty. A field promises regularity where foraging once required constant movement and skill. A herd promises renewable protein, milk, labor, hides, and status. Stored grain promises insurance against bad seasons. Permanent settlement promises continuity, memory, and control. But no major human transition arrives without a cost, and the agricultural cost is written clearly in bone, teeth, disease patterns, and demography. The early farming body is often not the healthier body. In many regions, the archaeological record suggests that the first agricultural populations become shorter on average, show more evidence of nutritional stress, develop more dental decay, and carry heavier burdens of infectious disease than some of their foraging predecessors. That does not mean farming was a mistake. It means it was a bargain, and one whose consequences reached directly into the biology of the people who made it. Diet lies at the center of that bargain. Foragers in many environments consume a wide range of foods, plants, tubers, fruits, nuts, insects, fish, shellfish, birds, and game, depending on local ecology and season. This diversity is not always abundant, and it certainly does not imply easy life. But when agriculture takes hold, diets in many communities narrow dramatically around a few staple crops. Wheat, barley, rice, millet, maize, potatoes, sorghum. Each can sustain large populations, yet each can also create dependence. A failed harvest becomes catastrophic in ways that differ from the risks faced by mobile hunter-gatherers. A grain-heavy diet can sustain more people per unit land, but often with less nutritional variety. Deficiencies emerge, tooth decay rises, especially where carbohydrates become frequent and sticky in daily meals. Enamel wears differently. Bones reflect stress. Childhood development changes. Even where calories become more predictable, the biological quality of those calories may be uneven. The human mouth records this transition with unforgiving honesty. In many early farming populations, cavities increase sharply. Tooth wear patterns shift. Evidence of developmental stress appears in enamel formed during childhood. Jaws and teeth continue the long trend towards smaller robusticity in some regions, possibly influenced by softer diets and food preparation, though the details remain debated and likely vary widely by place and period. What survives in the record suggests that agriculture changed not just what people ate, but how their bodies grew in response to childhood nutrition, labor intensity, and disease load. The body of the farmer is not simply the body of the forager standing still. It is increasingly a different biological experience from infancy onward. Disease changes even more dramatically. Mobile hunter-gatherer bands certainly suffer infection, parasites, injury, and periodic scarcity. But many of the worst epidemic diseases require conditions that small dispersed groups do not reliably provide. Agriculture supplies those conditions with ruthless efficiency. Permanent settlement means waste accumulates. Water sources become contaminated. Houses trap smoke and pests. Grain stores attract rodents. Domesticated animals live in close contact with humans, creating opportunities for zoonotic spillover and long-term microbial exchange. Population density rises. Children encounter more pathogens more often. Diseases that burn through a camp and vanish in tiny populations can persist, circulate and evolve in larger settled communities. No single explanation fully accounts for every disease pattern in prehistory, and the precise origins of many major pathogens remain contested. But the general direction is clear. Farming does not merely feed humans. It creates an ecological system in which microbes thrive beside them. This is one of the great ironies of civilization's beginnings. The village and the field feel like assertions of control over nature, yet they also open the door to new forms of vulnerability. A successful harvest increases stored food, which increases rodent pressure, which increases disease exposure. A larger settlement supports more births, which creates more young children vulnerable to infection. More people living together make labor coordination easier, but they also give respiratory disease a corridor down which to travel. Domesticated animals offer milk, traction, meat, manure, and wealth, but they also carry parasites, bacteria, and viruses across the narrowing boundary between species. In the old myth, agriculture is the point at which culture begins to free humans from raw natural selection. In reality, it may be one of the strongest examples of culture generating fresh selection pressures of its own. Fertility is another crucial piece of the transformation. In many foraging societies, mobility imposes natural limits on the number of dependent children a group can support at once. Long breastfeeding intervals, variable nutrition, and the sheer practical burden of moving with infants help space births. Sedentary agricultural life alters this balance. Earlier weaning can become more feasible when soft foods or gruels are available. Stored food supports larger families. Children themselves become economically useful earlier in certain farming systems, contributing labor in fields, herding, processing, or household tasks. The result in many cases is higher fertility. More births mean faster population growth. Faster population growth means more opportunities for genetic variants to spread, more crowding, more disease, and more intense competition over land and resources. Agriculture therefore changes not only mortality but the entire demographic engine through which evolution works. That engine reshapes women's bodies and lives in especially profound ways. Repeated pregnancies, nutritional strain, childbirth risk, and heavy labor under agricultural regimes can exact enormous costs. Skeletal evidence in many ancient populations points to wear, stress, and demanding workloads carried by women as well as men, though divisions of labor differ across cultures. Pelvic anatomy, developmental health, and maternal nutrition all interact with infant survival in ways that scholars continue to study carefully. What the evidence makes plain is that the rise of settled life does not produce a simple upward movement in well-being. It creates a world where reproduction can increase even as bodies are burdened more heavily. Evolution does not ask whether a life is comfortable. It only registers differential survival and fertility under given conditions. By that cold measure, the agricultural shift is decisive. The immune system now enters a new era. Any genetic variant that offers some protection against a disease common in dense settlements may become more valuable than it once was. Traits related to pathogen resistance, inflammation, blood chemistry, and immune recognition can be shaped by this altered microbial world. Many of these changes are difficult to trace cleanly because pathogens evolve quickly. Ancient DNA preserves unevenly, and the interaction between genes and disease environments is extraordinarily complex. Still, the broad pattern is unmistakable. Once humans gather in permanent communities with animals, waste, wells, stored food, and larger numbers of children, the biological stakes of immunity rise sharply. Selection can operate through survival in infancy, resistance in adulthood, recovery from repeated infections, and even differential fertility linked to disease burden. Then there is milk, one of the most famous examples of recent human evolution, and one that makes little sense without agriculture and herding. In most mammals, the ability to digest lactose declines after weaning. Yet in some human populations, especially those with long histories of dairying, genetic variants allowing lactase persistence into adulthood become common. This is not universal, and it does not reflect some global human destiny. It is a local adaptation to a cultural practice, where herding and milk consumption create a nutritional advantage. Adults who can digest lactose gain access to calories, protein, fluid, and seasonal resilience that others may not fully exploit. In some regions, this advantage becomes strong enough for the trait to spread rapidly. Here, the old boundary between biology and culture completely dissolves. People invent dairying, and dairying then helps shape people. A behavior creates an environment, and the environment favors a gene. Few examples show more clearly that agriculture did not halt evolution. It accelerated certain kinds of it. Grain itself may also have mattered in more complicated metabolic ways. Diets centered on starches and cereals alter blood sugar patterns, workload timing, storage strategies, and possibly long-term metabolic pressures. Though these relationships are hard to isolate from later historical changes, cooking methods, fermentation, food scarcity cycles, famine vulnerability, and seasonal labor all interact. Scholars still debate how ancient selection may have acted on digestion, fat storage, insulin response, or other metabolic traits in different agricultural populations. The evidence remains incomplete, but it is difficult to imagine that such dramatic dietary transitions had no evolutionary implications at all. A species that spends most of its deep history eating one way and then shifts toward dense plant staples, dairy, and highly seasonal storage is entering a new biological experiment whether it realizes it or not. The social consequences of agriculture deepen the picture further. Sedentary life allows wealth to accumulate in things that can be measured, guarded, inherited, and stolen. Land matters. Boundaries matter. Status can harden. Labor can be extracted. Not everyone has equal access to food or security. Hierarchies sharpen. Some people eat better than others. Some carry harder burdens. Some children survive more reliably than others. Differential reproduction may therefore be shaped not just by environment in the ecological sense, but by social position inside increasingly unequal human systems. That does not mean one can easily map genes onto class or power in any simplistic way. Human societies are too dynamic, mixed, and historically unstable for that. But it does mean that cultural institutions now become part of the selective environment in ways earlier small-band life may have expressed differently. Evolution enters the village and finds not just crops and animals, but property, rank, labor, and concentrated risk. The village also changes time itself. A mobile group reads the year through movement. A settled community reads it through planting, harvest, storage, debt, and expectation. Hunger becomes tied to harvest failure, spoilage, taxation, raiding, flood, drought, blight. This new temporal structure changes bodies through repeated seasonal stress. Lean months may return predictably. Children conceived or born in certain times of year may face different nutritional conditions. Work may become punishingly repetitive in ways hunting and foraging were not, even if they were never easy. Joints wear, backs strain, hands harden around tools of tilling and grinding, bones record labour specialisation. Even the daily act of grinding grain can leave distinctive marks from repetitive motion and the inhalation of dust. The agricultural body is a labouring body shaped by schedules imposed not only by weather, but by domesticated landscapes. It is important, though, not to flatten this transition into a single global story. Agriculture arises independently in several regions. It involves different crops, different animals, different ecologies, and different tempos. Some communities combine cultivation with fishing, herding, or continued foraging for long periods. Some populations resist full dependence on farming. Others adopt it gradually or under pressure. Outcomes vary. In some settings, agriculture supports flourishing and resilience. In others, it generates intense fragility. The evidence remains incomplete in many regions, and no universal timeline can capture all local realities. But the larger principle remains once humans begin reshaping ecosystems systematically to feed themselves. They also reshape the selective pressures acting on their own species. This is why agriculture deserves to be seen not merely as a historical revolution, but as an evolutionary one. It changes bodies through diet, disease, fertility, labour, and social structure. It changes childhood through nutrition and infection. It changes adult survival through crowding and hierarchy. It changes gene-culture relationships through practices like dairying. It changes microbial ecologies, reproductive timing, and demographic scale. And because agriculture supports larger populations, it amplifies the raw material on which evolution acts. More people mean more mutations, more variation, more opportunities for selection, more migration, more competition, and more mixing between groups. The field is not only a source of bread, it is a machine for transforming human life at every level. So when people say that humans stopped evolving once they became civilized, they often place the supposed endpoint at exactly the wrong moment. The agricultural transition is not the silence after the great story, it is one of its loudest chapters. The body entering the first villages is not stepping out of biology into history. It is entering a denser, stranger, more demanding biological world created partly by its own species. Grain, milk, livestock, waste, birth spacing, hierarchy, crowd disease, seasonal labour, and population growth all begin to press on the human organism at once. The result is not stasis. It is a new form of change, one increasingly driven by the consequences of human choices. And once villages grow into towns and towns into cities, those pressures will only intensify. The field already rewrites the body. The city will rewrite the bloodstream, the lungs, the immune response, and the odds of survival on an even larger scale. If agriculture teaches evolution to work through food production and settlement, urban life will teach it to work through crowding, trade, plague, and infrastructure. The old natural world does not disappear. It gathers itself into streets, granaries, walls, drains, and markets, and waits there for the next experiment in being human. The city begins as an accumulation of advantages. Food arrives from fields beyond sight. Walls gather people into defended space. Markets concentrate goods, language, rumour, labour, and ambition. Wells are dug, streets form, animals are penned, traded, slaughtered, worshipped, taxed, and driven through crowded lanes. Smoke rises from hearths, kilns, workshops, and furnaces. Waste collects where water is slow and where authority is weak. Strangers arrive carrying tools, songs, pathogens, skills, debts, and desires from other places. The city promises scale. It offers protection from some old dangers and access to possibilities no scattered village can sustain. But it also creates one of the most powerful selective environments human beings have ever built for themselves. Dense settlement does not merely concentrate civilization, it concentrates consequence. For most of human existence, no settlement is large or dense enough to keep certain infectious diseases moving continuously through the population. A pathogen that kills or immunizes too quickly can burn through a small group and vanish for lack of new hosts. The city changes that equation. Once bodies are packed closely enough, with enough births, enough contact, enough trade, and enough movement in and out, microbes are given a permanent theatre. Respiratory infections find corridors. Waterborne diseases find wells, drains, and rivers burdened with human waste. Rodents and insects flourish in storage areas, granaries, refuse zones, and cramped housing. Domesticated animals remain close enough to people for new exchanges to occur across species. The city is not just a human habitat. It is a habitat for everything that feeds on humans, rides with humans, or reproduces in the material leftovers of human life. This is why the rise of urban civilization must also be read as the rise of an epidemiological world unlike anything earlier populations had experienced. The pressures are relentless and often invisible. A child who survives infancy in a crowded city may have passed through waves of infection that never would have reached a mobile hunter-gatherer camp in the same form. A mother weakened by repeated disease or poor sanitation faces greater risk in pregnancy. A labourer breathing smoke, dust, and confined air may endure chronic respiratory strain. A merchant moving between regions can bring pathogens farther and faster than older patterns of mobility allowed. Even the storage of food, one of civilization's proudest achievements, becomes part of this system, because stored grain and concentrated goods attract pests, mold, contamination, and the infrastructure of disease. What makes the city so important in evolutionary terms is not only that it kills unevenly. Some people are more resistant to certain diseases, some recover better, some inherit variants that alter immune recognition, inflammation, blood traits, skin responses, or other aspects of survival in pathogen-rich environments. Some are protected partly by status, diet, housing, or reduced exposure, while others live amid constant contamination. No single explanation fully accounts for survival patterns in ancient cities because biology, class, geography, labour, and luck are intertwined. Still, the basic principle is unmistakable. If urban living changes mortality and fertility in heritable populations over generations, then urban living becomes part of the machinery of evolution. The long duel between humans and disease may be the clearest argument against the idea that evolution stopped in the civilized world. Malaria alone offers a brutal illustration, though its story is tied especially to wetlands, agriculture, and tropical ecologies rather than cities alone. In multiple populations, genetic variants affecting red blood cells and blood chemistry persist because they can reduce the severity of infection, even while sometimes imposing serious health costs in other circumstances. This is not elegant design. It is evolutionary compromise in one of its harshest forms. A trait can help protect against one deadly pressure while creating another burden entirely. The lesson reaches far beyond any single disease. Human evolution in the last several thousand years has often proceeded not toward ideal health, but toward survivable trade-offs within dangerous environments. The city amplifies such trade-offs because it is a place where pathogens can become constant companions rather than occasional visitors. Childhood becomes especially decisive under these conditions. In high mortality urban settings, many children die before reaching adulthood. Those who survive may do so through some combination of inherited resistance, maternal health, nutrition, prior exposure, and simple fortune. Over generations, repeated exposure can shape populations, though the exact genomic signals are often complex and difficult to isolate. Ancient DNA has begun to reveal more of this story, but the evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate how strong specific episodes of selection may have been. Even so, one conclusion is difficult to avoid. Dense settlement creates a selective pressure intense enough to leave marks in living populations, whether those marks are obvious to the eye or not. Plague, in the broad sense of epidemic devastation, becomes one of the great authors of urban history. Not always the same disease, not always the same mechanism, not always the same scale, but again and again the pattern returns. A flourishing centre of trade and population becomes, under the wrong conditions, a chamber of acceleration for mortality. Crowding, movement, poor sanitation, malnutrition, and political disorder can turn local sickness into mass death. Entire regions may be demographically transformed. Labour systems shift, land use changes, political structures strain or collapse. Survivors inherit a changed world. From an evolutionary perspective, such episodes matter not because they produce simple winners, but because they alter which lineages continue, which traits remain in circulation, and which social arrangements shape reproduction afterward. It is tempting to imagine that epidemics affect everyone alike once they enter a city, but the record argues otherwise. Wealthier districts may have cleaner water or less crowding. Rural escape may be possible for some and impossible for others. Certain occupations carry greater exposure. Armies, port workers, wet nurses, grave diggers, merchants, priests, and physicians move differently through a disease landscape than landlords or isolated elites. Though privilege never guarantees safety, famine can weaken the poor first. Political neglect can decide which neighborhoods suffer most. In this way, urban selection pressures are never purely microbial. They are social as well. Disease enters through bodies, but bodies are arranged by institutions. That is one reason the evolution of urban populations cannot be reduced to a simple natural process separate from culture. The city is culture made into environment. Sanitation, or the lack of it, sits at the center of this transformation. A settlement can build drains, regulate waste, protect water, and reduce some of the burdens it has created. Or it can fail to do so, leaving filth to circulate through daily life. Ancient cities vary enormously in this respect. Some engineer remarkable systems of water management and drainage. Others leave dense populations exposed to conditions that almost guarantee recurrent illness. Even successful systems are rarely complete. Latrines, cesspits, runoff, refuse heaps, slaughter waste, standing water, and animal dung all become part of the lived ecology of the street. A city is therefore not merely an artificial space imposed against nature. It is a new ecosystem assembled from stone, timber, water, grain, excrement, smoke, insects, vermin, and human ambition. Evolution does not stop in such an ecosystem. It gains more variables. Trade widens the reach of all this. Once cities are linked by caravans, ships, river traffic, imperial roads, and seasonal markets, local disease ecologies begin to connect. A pathogen no longer needs to remain where it emerged. Goods move, so do fleas, rats, lice, parasites, contaminated cloth, infected people, and susceptible bodies. The city becomes both a target and a launch point. This creates a profound historical irony. The very networks that make civilization richer and more resilient in one sense also make it more vulnerable in another. Exchange increases access to food, metal, ideas, medicine, and status goods. But it also unites distant immunological worlds. The resulting mortality shocks can be immense, and when they recur over centuries, they become part of the selective background of entire regions. The lungs feel the city as well. Long before industrial smokestacks darken the sky, urban air can already be thick with particulate matter from hearths, metalworking, ceramics, lime production, crowded fires, and enclosed heating. Houses with poor ventilation trap smoke against eyes and airways. Craftspeople inhale dust, fibres, ash, and chemical residues. Miners and metalworkers face additional exposures still. Chronic stress on respiratory systems may not announce itself in the dramatic language of epidemic disease, but it is part of the same story. Survival, fertility, and long-term health are being filtered not only through infection, but through labour and built environment. Bones may preserve some evidence, but much of this suffering vanishes with soft tissue. That does not make it less important. It simply means the city hides part of its toll. Nutrition under urban life is equally uneven. Cities can gather food from wide territories, yet city dwellers are often dependent on fragile supply chains, taxation systems, market prices, and the decisions of rulers. A poor harvest in the countryside becomes urban hunger. A war disrupts trade and food costs rise. Grain reaches some households sooner than others. Malnutrition weakens immunity, especially in children, making disease deadlier. Famine is therefore not separate from epidemic life, but braided tightly into it. Bodies underfed are bodies more easily taken by pathogens. Mothers undernourished bear infants with lower reserves. Repeated scarcity can leave marks on growth, bone, teeth, and fertility. Once again, the city sought survival through a mixture of biology and institution. And yet cities do not merely kill, they also preserve, attract, and reward. They are magnets for migrants. Rural people move inward seeking work, security, status, or survival after disaster elsewhere. Conquerors, traders, labourers, slaves, scribes, artisans, refugees, and soldiers all contribute to urban population. This constant movement makes cities zones of extraordinary mixture. Genes that once remained more local now circulate across wider networks. Populations merge, separate, and recombine. A city may therefore be both a place of intense mortality and a place of intense gene flow. These two forces together create a very different evolutionary landscape from the one imagined in older models of isolated, static populations. Urban civilization does not freeze the human story, it stirs it. One of the more surprising consequences is that cities can remain demographically unstable for long periods, requiring continual migration from surrounding countryside to sustain themselves. In some pre-modern contexts, mortality in large urban centres may exceed fertility, meaning cities grow not because urban families thrive reproductively, but because they draw in people from elsewhere. If so, the city becomes an evolutionary filter. With two sides, it removes some lineages through harsh mortality, while mixing others through immigration. Scholars still debate the strength and variability of this pattern across regions and periods. but where it occurs, it offers a powerful reminder that urban life is not a static condition. It is a flow of bodies under pressure. The psychological and social world of the city also matters, though it is far harder to trace biologically. Dense living requires new tolerances, new rules, new mechanisms of trust, punishment, and anonymity. People learn to function among strangers, authorities, and layered identities. Some behavioral tendencies may prove advantageous in such settings. Though separating inherited influences from cultural training is notoriously difficult and often impossible with current evidence, responsible science must be cautious here. Still, it is obvious that urban life changes reproductive patterns, household structures, marriage timing, and social competition. These changes, in turn, shape who has children, how many, and under what conditions. Evolutionary consequences need not come only from disease or diet. They can come from the social architecture of everyday life. The city therefore becomes a perfect answer to the myth that civilization replaced natural selection. Civilization is not the opposite of selection. It is a machinery through which selection often acts more intensely, though less visibly. Pathogens exploit walls and markets. Malnutrition hides behind grain tallies and prices. Water systems distribute illness as well as relief. Trade routes carry prosperity and plague together. Class determines exposure. Childhood mortality becomes a brutal sieve. Migration remixes populations. In such a world, the forces shaping human survival are no longer simply storm, predator, and drought. They are sewer, street, granary, port, crowd, empire, and rat. They are every bit as real. By now the ancient landscape has not vanished. It has been folded inward. The city contains weather, but also its own climates of smoke and stone. It contains animals, but in stables, markets, and infestations. It contains water, but channeled through infrastructure that can heal or poison. It contains competition, but transformed into labour systems, rents, taxes, and class barriers. Human beings remain exposed to consequence. Only now consequence often comes packaged as civilization itself. That is why the claim that humans stopped evolving in settled societies collapses so quickly once the evidence is examined. Settled societies did not make the species immune to pressure. They created new pressures of extraordinary power, and still this is only part of the story. Disease and crowding do not exhaust the evolutionary effects of recent human history. Beneath the skin, in digestion, pigmentation, oxygen use, blood traits, and immune signaling, more local and often less visible adaptations continue to emerge. Some are tied to diet, some to altitude, some to sunlight, some to endemic disease. They do not announce themselves with the dramatic bones of deep prehistory. Yet they may be among the clearest proofs that human evolution remained active long after the first cities rose. To see them, the eye has to move from monuments and plagues to the quieter evidence carried in living bodies. The strongest evidence that humans did not stop evolving is often the least theatrical. It does not arrive in the form of a new species walking onto the stage or a suddenly unfamiliar skeleton pulled from the ground. It appears instead in traits that can be easy to miss unless one knows where to look: the chemistry of digestion, the shape of red blood cells, the regulation of skin pigment, the tuning of immune defenses, the handling of cold or thin air, the silent efficiency of enzymes and receptors inside ordinary tissue. These are changes beneath the skin, recent enough in many cases to belong to the late chapters of human history, and local enough that they do not remake the whole species in one uniform direction. That subtlety is exactly why they matter. They show evolution continuing not as spectacle, but as adaptation woven into daily physiology. Lactase persistence is the obvious place to begin, not because it explains everything, but because it is so cleanly tied to human behavior. In most mammals, the enzyme that digests lactose is highly active in infancy and then declines after weaning. That pattern still describes much of humanity, yet in several populations with long histories of dairying, adults retain high lactase activity, allowing milk to be digested efficiently later in life. This is not a universal human trait and never was. It arises independently in more than one region through different genetic changes, which is one of the most striking details of the whole story. Different populations, facing similar cultural conditions, reach similar functional outcomes by separate evolutionary routes. That is a powerful reminder that human evolution is neither frozen nor centralized. It is opportunistic. Where milk becomes a reliable, valuable resource in pastoral societies, adults who can digest it gain an advantage in calories, hydration, and resilience, especially during hard seasons or crop failure. The gene follows the custom, the body follows the herd. That pattern, where culture creates a new environment and genes respond, is sometimes called gene-culture coevolution. Though the phrase can sound more technical than the reality it describes, in plain terms, humans change how they live, and those changes alter which inherited traits matter. Dairying is one example. Starch-rich diets may be another, though the evidence is more complex. Variants related to the number of copies of certain salivary amylase genes have often been discussed in connection with starch digestion, suggesting that populations with long histories of high-starch diets may differ in how readily they begin breaking down those foods. Scholars still debate the strength, timing, and interpretation of these signals, and no single explanation fully accounts for all observed variation. Even so, the broader point remains firm. Digestion is not a static inheritance from the Paleolithic preserved untouched beneath modern food culture. It has responded, at least in part, to the nutritional worlds humans built. Disease resistance offers another set of clues, and in many ways an even more compelling one. Human beings have lived for thousands of years in a biological contest with parasites, bacteria, and viruses, and that contest leaves traces in blood and immunity. Some of the clearest cases involve malaria, where multiple genetic variants affecting red blood cells appear to persist because they reduce the severity or likelihood of infection in malaria-prone environments. These variants do not create perfect protection, and several come with serious costs, especially when inherited in certain combinations. That is precisely why they are so evolutionarily revealing. They embody trade-off. A gene can remain common not because it is broadly beneficial, but because under a specific ecological pressure, its costs are outweighed by a survival advantage. This is evolution in one of its rawest forms, not improvement in any universal sense, but compromise under danger. Similar dynamics likely apply to many other aspects of immunity, though the picture becomes quickly more intricate. The immune system is not one trait but a dense, responsive network shaped by countless interactions between genes, pathogens, development, and environment, ancient epidemics, endemic diseases, crowding, diet, and contact with animals all influence which immune-related variants become more or less common over time. Modern genomic studies have found signs of recent selection in regions connected to immune function, but interpretation is rarely straightforward. A signal in DNA may reflect selection, demographic history, mixture between populations, or several processes at once. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate exactly how strong specific episodes of selection were. Yet taken together, these signals make one conclusion increasingly difficult to avoid. Recent human history has involved substantial biological adjustment to disease environments, often in ways invisible to outward appearance. Skin pigmentation is another example often discussed too crudely in public conversation, as if it were a simple racial marker fixed once and for all in the distant past. In reality, pigmentation is a deeply historical and highly adaptive trait shaped largely by patterns of ultraviolet radiation, vitamin regulation, ancestry, and migration. Darker pigmentation protects against the damaging effects of intense ultraviolet exposure and helps preserve folate, which is vital for reproduction and development. Lighter pigmentation in lower UV environments can support vitamin D synthesis under conditions where sunlight is weaker. But the real story is not a single neat gradient. Human populations move, mix, adapt, and sometimes retain traits from earlier environments longer than a simplistic model would predict. Similar pigmentation levels can arise through different genetic paths, and the timing of lighter skin becoming common in some parts of Eurasia appears more recent and complex than older textbooks once suggested. What survives in the record suggests repeated local adaptation rather than a one-time global event. That complexity is important because it undermines yet another version of the myth that evolution stopped. Pigmentation is visible, it is ordinary. It concerns populations living well within the span of recent human prehistory and history, and it is clearly shaped by environment interacting with inheritance. If such a fundamental and familiar feature has remained dynamic, then the old image of a biologically static modern humanity becomes even harder to defend. The same applies to hair texture, body proportions linked to climate, and certain aspects of facial and nasal form that may reflect long interaction with temperature and humidity. Though these traits are often harder to interpret because drift, mixture, and development complicate the picture, responsible science must avoid turning adaptation into rigid typology. Still, local evolution is real even when simple categories fail. Altitude adaptation may be the most dramatic recent example of all, not because it is widespread, but because it reveals how quickly and specifically populations can change under sustained environmental pressure. High mountains pose a severe challenge to lowland human physiology. Thin air reduces oxygen availability, stressing lungs, blood, circulation, fetal development, and physical endurance. Yet populations living for long periods in regions such as the Tibetan Plateau, the Andes, and the Ethiopian highlands show different adaptive responses to this pressure. That last detail is crucial. They do not all solve altitude in the same biological way. Tibetans, for example, are often discussed in relation to genetic variants that help manage oxygen use without the same degree of elevated hemoglobin seen elsewhere, reducing some of the dangers associated with overly thick blood. Andean populations show different physiological patterns, and Ethiopian highlanders present yet another case. Similar challenge, multiple solutions. This is evolution behaving exactly as evolutionary theory would predict locally, historically, and without any obligation to follow a single script. One of the more surprising sources for these altitude adaptations is the tangled history of human ancestry itself. Some genetic variants important for life at high altitude in present-day populations may have entered Homo sapiens through ancient admixture with other human groups, including Denisovan-related ancestry. This is an extraordinary detail not because it changes the basic principle, but because it enriches it. Human evolution is not simply a matter of new mutations arising in isolation. It also includes the recycling of older genetic material through mixture between populations and even between distinct human lineages. A trait useful in one context can persist as buried inheritance until a later environment makes it valuable again. The species carries a deeper reservoir of history than older models ever imagined. Cold adaptation and thermal balance provide further evidence, though the signals can be subtler and more easily confounded by culture. Clothing, housing, and fire are powerful buffers against climate, but they do not erase all selective pressures. Body proportions related to heat retention or dissipation show broad correlations with climate across human populations, consistent with long-term adaptation. There is also research into metabolic pathways, brown fat activity, peripheral circulation, and other physiological features that may vary with long exposure to cold environments, though many details remain under investigation. As always, no single explanation fully accounts for every pattern. Migration, recent admixture, socioeconomic differences, and developmental plasticity complicate interpretation. Yet the old assumption that culture removed climate from human evolution simply does not hold. Culture reduces some pressures and redirects others. A coat is effective, but the body inside the coat still exists in history. Perhaps the most humbling lesson of all comes from the immune system's constant entanglement with local ecologies. Populations that lived with certain parasites, pathogens, and dietary conditions for long periods can show characteristic genetic signatures tied to inflammation, mucosal defense, blood traits, or immune signaling pathways. Some variants may once have helped in one environment, and now increase susceptibility to autoimmune disease or metabolic disorder in another. This mismatch between old adaptation and new setting is one of the most important ideas in modern evolutionary medicine. A trait need not be good in general to have spread in the past. It only needed to work well enough under previous pressures. When environments change rapidly, especially through urbanization, industrial diets, reduced parasite exposure, or modern medicine, the same inherited biology can behave very differently. The body is therefore not only evidence of recent adaptation, it is evidence of historical lag. This helps explain why modern health problems cannot be understood purely in present tense terms. Obesity, diabetes, hypertension, autoimmune disorders, allergies, and many other conditions involve complicated interactions between genes, development, behavior, and contemporary environment. It would be crude and misleading to describe them as simple products of ancient adaptation, and scholars rightly resist such oversimplification. But it is equally misleading to imagine that the genome is a neutral background untouched by recent human history. Populations arrive in the modern world carrying different inherited legacies shaped by food systems, pathogens, climates, and demographic events. Those legacies do not determine destiny, yet they matter. Evolution did not stop. It left bodies with histories that continue to interact with present conditions. Another quietly persuasive line of evidence comes from the speed with which some adaptive traits appear to have spread. When selection is strong, particularly in large and expanding populations, meaningful genetic change can occur over surprisingly short evolutionary periods. Not overnight, certainly, and often not in ways visible to casual observation, but much faster than the old stereotype of glacial biological drift would suggest. Farming, dairying, crowd disease, migration into high-altitude regions, and movement into new sunlight regimes all create conditions where selection can act decisively. The genome is not a museum sealed at the end of the Pleistocene. It is a living record still receiving revisions. What makes these examples especially persuasive is that they do not depend on speculative arguments about intelligence, morality, or some imagined future post-human transformation. They are concrete. Adults drinking milk without distress in one population but not another. Blood traits persisting in malaria zones despite their costs. Skin pigmentation shifting with ultraviolet context. High-altitude populations solving oxygen scarcity through distinct physiological routes. Immune genes showing signals of recent selection. None of this resembles a species that stepped outside evolution once it became civilized. It resembles a species undergoing continual local adjustment while remaining recognizably itself. And yet, precisely because these changes are local and often hidden, they can be easy to misread. Public discussion often turns them into rigid categories, as though adaptation produced clean biological boxes corresponding to social identities. It does not. Human populations have always mixed. Traits do not travel together in neat packages. Most variation is shared, overlapping, and distributed within populations as well as between them. Adaptation is real, but so is gene flow. The result is a species both unified and diverse, one whose recent evolution is full of regional signatures without breaking apart into separate human kinds. That balance between unity and local adaptation is one of the most striking features of our history. By now the myth of stillness should be weakening. Under the skin, the evidence keeps accumulating. The digestive tract remembers dairying and staple foods. The bloodstream remembers malaria and altitude. The skin remembers sunlight. The immune system remembers plagues, parasites, and crowded settlements. None of these memories are conscious, yet they shape the ordinary functioning of living bodies. They are the quiet marks of recent evolution. The great visible drama of deep prehistory may have slowed in its outward form, but beneath the surface, selection never stopped writing. The next question, then, is not whether change exists, but why it can feel so elusive in the modern world. If evolution continues, why does it seem slower, fainter, almost hidden compared with the older story told by skulls and skeletons? Part of the answer lies in what kind of traits have been changing. Part lies in scale, measurement, and expectation. And part lies in the extraordinary fact that modern humans increasingly live inside environments of their own making, where selection has not vanished but become harder to separate from culture, medicine, and movement. What once looked like a clear physical transformation now often unfolds as a quieter rearrangement of probabilities. The difficulty is not that human evolution has become unreal. The difficulty is that it has become harder to see in the old way. Earlier phases of the human story leave behind powerful visual evidence changing skull shapes, shifting body proportions, altered faces, tool traditions that seem to track obvious anatomical transformation. Deep time compresses these changes into a kind of stark before and after. One fossil is placed beside another, and the distance between them feels dramatic. The modern era does not present itself like that. A person walking through an airport does not look like a separate creature from a person buried 2,000 years ago. A crowd in a train station does not resemble a new branch of humanity. The broad human form remains familiar, and that familiarity produces one of the strongest illusions in the subject. People assume that if bodies still look recognizably human, evolution must have slowed to irrelevance or stopped altogether. But recognizably human is not the same as biologically static. It only means the basic frame has remained intact, while many of the changes now occur in subtler, more distributed ways. Part of this apparent slowing is mathematical. Once a body plan is highly effective across a wide range of environments, selection does not need to rebuild it from the ground up. The older transitions of hominin evolution involved enormous reorganizations, upright walking, major changes in hand function, brain expansion, altered childhood, long-distance mobility, and increasingly complex social life. Those transformations were costly, slow, and cumulative, but when viewed from far away they seem spectacular. Once the species reaches a broadly successful form, flexible, omnivorous, social, tool-using, symbol-making, capable of surviving from deserts to high mountains with cultural support, many future adaptations no longer need to rewrite the skeleton in obvious ways. A change in enzyme production, immune signaling, blood physiology, reproductive timing, or metabolic response can be evolutionarily important without altering the silhouette at all. The basic architecture holds. The fine adjustments continue. This is not unique to humans. Many successful species remain recognizable over long spans while still adapting locally and continually. Birds remain birds. Wolves remain wolves. Fish remain fish. Yet their populations may still evolve in behavior, coloration, body size, disease resistance, breeding timing, or diet-related traits. Human beings resist this analogy because they are accustomed to treating themselves as a special case, and because the visible drama of earlier human fossils has conditioned them to expect evolution to announce itself with shape. But the more successful and versatile a species becomes, the more many adaptive changes may shift inward, becoming physiological, developmental, or genetic rather than spectacularly anatomical. In that sense, seeming slower is partly a sign of previous success. The body no longer needs to become something radically different every few thousand generations to meet new pressures. It can often respond through smaller, more targeted modifications. Another reason modern evolution looks faint is that human populations are now larger and more interconnected than at any earlier point in the species' history. Large populations generate more genetic variation, which in theory gives selection more material to work with. But large, mobile populations also mix constantly. Gene flow can dilute or spread local traits, preventing the kind of long isolation that once allowed visibly distinct human forms to emerge more clearly in separate regions. Isolation still happens, of course, and local adaptation still occurs, but global movement has made the species harder to divide into clean evolutionary stories. A useful trait arising in one population may spread outward through migration and intermarriage rather than remaining confined. Conversely, locally specialized adaptations may persist only where ecological or cultural conditions remain strong enough to maintain them. The result is a world where evolutionary change is real, but often braided into networks of movement too complex for the old museum style of comparison. Timescale deepens the problem. Human beings are poor judges of slow cumulative change, especially when it occurs across overlapping generations. One can notice a sudden epidemic, a famine, a war, a migration wave, a new food technology, or a shift in marriage patterns. Those belong to historical consciousness. But the subtle difference those events may make in gene frequencies over 10, 20, or 50 generations is much harder to feel directly. Culture moves at conversational speed. Evolution often moves at archival speed. By the time a pattern becomes clear, it may require statistics, skeletal series, ancient DNA, or genomic comparisons to make it legible at all. The eye alone is no longer enough. This is one reason the belief in stagnation remained plausible for so long. Without genetic tools, recent human evolution could be badly underestimated simply because much of it was hidden in systems earlier science could not yet read. There is also the problem of expectation. People tend to imagine that important evolution must be dramatic, directional, and universally shared. They expect a species-wide trend towards something unmistakable. Perhaps more intelligence, less body hair, larger brains, smaller teeth, weaker bones, longer lives, or some other simplified storyline. But evolution does not owe anyone a single global trend. A species spread across thousands of environments, diets, social systems, and disease ecologies will often evolve in patchy, local, even contradictory ways. One population may face selection for a trait that another does not. A variant useful under one climate or food regime may have no advantage elsewhere. Some changes may increase in frequency for a time and later decline as conditions shift again. Others may remain stable through balancing costs and benefits. No single explanation fully accounts for this mosaic, because a mosaic is exactly what one should expect from a species as widespread and mobile as Homo sapiens. That mosaic quality makes modern change feel less cinematic. Instead of one obvious human becoming another obvious human, one sees 1,000 fine calibrations occurring unevenly across time and space. Adults in one population digest milk easily, while others do not. High-altitude groups solve oxygen scarcity through different pathways. Populations with different pathogen histories carry different immune signatures. Pigmentation shifts under changing ultraviolet conditions. Metabolic responses vary. None of these changes transform the species into separate visible kinds, but together they form a constant low hum of adaptation. The old spectacle gives way to something more like distributed tuning. Evolution is still active, only the signal is no longer coming through a single loudspeaker. Culture further disguises the process because it buffers many pressures before bodies must respond biologically. A coat reduces cold stress. Housing reduces exposure. Glasses preserve sight. Surgery alters survival. Clean water lowers some disease burdens. Refrigeration changes food risk. Schooling, markets, sanitation, transportation, and law all intervene between body and world. These interventions are real, and they can weaken older selective pressures. But weakening is not the same as erasing. Culture is not a neutral shield that suspends biology in a vacuum. It creates its own environments, often rapidly and unevenly. A city with poor sanitation intensifies disease. A diet rich in refined carbohydrates changes metabolic strain. A social system that delays marriage changes fertility timing. Medical care allows survival under conditions that once killed, but it may also increase reproductive success for people carrying variants that earlier pressures would have removed. Artificial light alters sleep. Sedentary labor changes bodies in ways that are partly developmental, partly behavioral, and perhaps over longer spans partly evolutionary if reproductive patterns link strongly enough to those conditions. The key is that culture makes the selective landscape more complex, not non-existent. Modern medicine plays a particularly strong role in this illusion of stillness. Few developments more obviously interrupt old mortality patterns: antibiotics, vaccines, obstetric care, surgery, insulin, blood transfusion, neonatal support, eyeglasses, and 1,000 other interventions allow people to live and reproduce who might once have died young or failed to pass on their genes. It is therefore reasonable to say that medicine has weakened some classic forms of natural selection, especially those tied to infection, injury, childbirth, or childhood survival. Scholars still debate how far this weakening goes and how quickly it alters long-term evolutionary dynamics. But even if medicine has softened some pressures, it has not created equality of outcome across all inherited traits or environments. Access to care is uneven. New diseases emerge. chronic conditions become more important. Fertility patterns still vary. Social and ecological pressures remain profound. Medicine changes the terms. It does not abolish the process. Another source of confusion is the way development can mimic or mask evolution. Human bodies are highly plastic. Nutrition, disease burden, stress, workload, pollution exposure, and childhood conditions can alter height, bone strength, puberty timing, cognitive development, and general health dramatically within a few generations without requiring genetic change. This plasticity is one of the species' great strengths. It allows rapid adjustment to shifting conditions, but it also makes it difficult to determine when a pattern is developmental and when it is evolutionary. If a population becomes taller over a century because nutrition improves, that is not necessarily evolution. If selection then favors some height-related trait over many generations, that may be different. The challenge is disentangling immediate bodily response from long-term inherited change. For much of history, the two are easy to confuse. Even now, careful science is required to separate them. This helps explain why older claims about human stagnation were often made with more confidence than the evidence deserved. Without genomics, ancient DNA, and sophisticated population models, researchers had limited tools for detecting recent selection unless it altered bones or produced conspicuous geographic patterns. Many important adaptations simply remained invisible. The genome has changed that. Instead of waiting for dramatic anatomy, science can now detect signatures of selection in DNA itself, compare ancient and modern populations, estimate when certain variants rose in frequency, and uncover episodes of mixture that would once have gone unnoticed. The quieter human story becomes legible only when the instruments improve. In that sense, the illusion of stillness was partly an artifact of method. Humans did not suddenly resume evolving once genetic tools were invented. Scientists simply became better at seeing what had been happening all along. There is a philosophical reason the myth persists as well. People like finished stories. A species that has stopped evolving feels complete, and completion is flattering. It implies arrival. It suggests that civilization marked the crossing of a threshold from raw biology into self-authorship. The modern self-image often depends on this distinction. Humans are imagined not as one more evolving species, but as beings who have transcended the ordinary rules through intelligence and invention. Yet that vision confuses control in one domain with exemption in all domains. Humans have altered their environment more than any other large animal, but they remain organisms whose bodies inherit variation and whose descendants do not emerge under equal conditions. Mastery over some pressures simply produces a new field of others. Completion is emotionally satisfying. It is not what the evidence shows. The truth is stranger and more modest. Human evolution looks slower now mainly because the changes most people expect are no longer the changes most likely to matter. Instead of dramatic species-wide anatomical transformation, one often finds local physiological adaptation, complex demographic mixing, gene culture feedback, developmental plasticity, and medical or social buffering that changes the strength of selection without erasing it. The species remains recognizably human not because it has stopped changing, but because much of the recent change operates within a successful general form. There is no reason to expect a new human outline to appear every few millennia. There's every reason to expect subtle inherited differences in how bodies handle food, disease, oxygen, heat, sunlight, and modern risk. Even the phrase slower may be misleading in some contexts. Selection can act quickly when pressures are strong. What has slowed, perhaps, is not change itself, but the production of obvious morphological novelty at the scale people once associated with human evolution. In other domains, the pace may be quite significant. Under intense disease burden, dietary transition, or ecological challenge, gene frequencies can shift over relatively short spans. The problem is not absence. It is that the action is taking place in places most people do not intuitively monitor. So the modern world hides evolution in plain sight. It hides it in hospital records, fertility patterns, blood tests, genomic scans, childhood survival curves, migration routes, endocrine responses, and inherited susceptibility to local conditions. It hides it under clothing, under architecture, under medicine, under the comforting stability of familiar faces. That concealment is powerful enough to sustain the old myth that humans somehow left evolution behind. But once the expectation of spectacle is abandoned, the outline of the real story emerges. Change did not end. It became quieter, more internal, more entangled with culture, and more dependent on tools capable of revealing it. That raises the next issue, and perhaps the most delicate one. If evolution now works through such subtle channels, then reproduction itself, who pairs with whom, under what conditions, in what social systems, may matter more than ever. Attraction, status, timing, cultural norms, mobility, and mate choice do not float above biology. They are part of the demographic machinery through which traits spread or disappear. Yet this territory is also full of exaggeration and bad theory, and the evidence must be handled carefully. Human mating patterns may still shape evolution, but not in the crude, deterministic ways popular storytelling often suggests. The reality, as usual, is more tangled. Long before anyone studies genetics, human evolution is already being shaped by a quieter force than famine or plague, and often a more intimate one, the uneven pattern of who has children with whom. No species evolves without reproduction, but in humans reproduction is filtered through an unusually dense layer of choice, custom, coercion, preference, taboo, mobility, family strategy, wealth, religion, law, and accident. That complexity makes the subject both important and dangerous. It is important because mate choice, fertility timing, and family structure are among the most direct ways traits move through generations. It is dangerous because human beings are endlessly tempted to reduce these matters to simplistic theories about attractiveness, superiority, or destiny. The science does not support such simplifications. What it does support is something subtler. Human mating patterns can influence evolution, but they do so inside cultural systems so elaborate that biology and society are rarely separable for long. In the most basic evolutionary sense, any inherited trait that affects the chance of reproducing may become more or less common over time. That sounds simple until one asks what, in humans, actually affects reproduction. Physical strength might matter in one setting. Wealth or land access might matter in another. Social intelligence, reputation, kin alliances, fertility timing, disease resistance, migration opportunities, or plain proximity may matter elsewhere. A trait need not directly attract a mate in order to shape reproduction. It may help someone survive to adulthood, secure resources, maintain health, avoid social exclusion, or raise children successfully. Conversely, some traits that appear attractive in one context may do little for long-term reproductive success if they are disconnected from marriage patterns, household stability, or access to offspring. Human sexual selection, therefore, cannot be understood in the narrow, theatrical sense often borrowed from peacocks or rutting mammals. It unfolds through courtship, Yes, but also through economies, inheritance systems, and institutions. This is one reason the subject resists clean answers. In many species, the reproductive system is straightforward enough that a few observable features explain much of the pattern. In humans, the field is crowded with interference, arranged marriage, monogamy, polygyny, divorce law, dowry systems, bride wealth, celibacy norms, slavery, caste rules, class barriers, conquest, migration, contraception, widowhood, warfare, and religious discipline can all redirect who reproduces and how often. Some societies reward large families, others delay or discourage childbearing. Some produce sharp inequalities in male reproductive success. Others narrow those differences. Some move women across regions in marriage networks, increasing gene flow. Others isolate populations through endogamy. The result is not one human mating system, but a shifting mosaic, and each arrangement becomes part of the environment through which evolution works. Even in the absence of formal institutions, sexual selection in humans is not merely a matter of beauty. It can involve signals of health, symmetry, age, status, skill, reliability, generosity, dominance, humor, kindness, kin backing, or resource access. And the relative weight of those signals can vary dramatically between cultures and historical moments. Scholars still debate which preferences are deeply rooted and which are mostly cultural overlays, and the evidence remains incomplete in many areas because preferences are difficult to measure cleanly outside real social contexts. What survives in the record suggests that human attraction is neither infinitely flexible nor rigidly fixed. It has recurring themes, but those themes are constantly filtered through norms, scarcity, opportunity, and social reputation. That means sexual selection may be real without being simple. One of the least appreciated facts in this story is that reproductive success is often more unequally distributed in men than in women, especially in societies where status, land, or political power allow some men to father many children while others father none. Genetic studies of past populations sometimes hint at such asymmetries, where a relatively small number of male lineages expand dramatically. This does not mean history can be reduced to a few conquering patriarchs, and it certainly does not justify the more sensational claims sometimes made in popular writing. But it does suggest that social hierarchy can become biologically consequential. If wealth, violence, rank, or legal privilege influence who gets mates and how many children survive, then reproductive patterns are being shaped by culture in a way that can leave lasting evolutionary traces. Women's reproductive choices and constraints are equally central, though they have often been discussed less honestly in older scholarship. Human reproduction is unusually costly for women in terms of pregnancy, childbirth, lactation, and the long dependency of offspring. As a result, mate choice, kin support, paternal investment, and access to resources can matter enormously for child survival. In many environments, selecting a partner is not just about attraction, but about the practical conditions under which children might live. Yet women's choices are often limited or redirected by family strategy, coercive marriage systems, economic necessity, or unequal law. The evolutionary consequences of reproduction therefore cannot be read as the outcome of individual desire alone. They are shaped by power. A social order that controls female mobility or marriage age changes the genetic and demographic future of a population as surely as a drought changes the harvest. This is where fertility timing becomes especially important. Age at first birth, spacing between births, total number of children, age at marriage, and duration of reproductive life all affect which lineages expand. These are not merely personal outcomes. They often reflect nutrition, labour systems, education, inheritance rules, religious expectations, and access to contraception or medical care. A population in which women begin childbearing earlier and survive repeated pregnancies may grow differently from one in which education delays reproduction and family size shrinks. A society that rewards large households may see different lineages expand than one where late marriage and low fertility become common. Human evolution, therefore, can be shaped not only by who is considered attractive, but by the larger social timetable governing reproduction itself. Migration complicates the story further. One of the most powerful forces in human history is the movement of people across landscapes, whether by trade, marriage, exile, pastoral expansion, enslavement, conquest, labour recruitment, or ecological necessity. Migration reshapes mate choice by changing who is available, which populations mix, and which traits travel. It can dissolve long-standing local patterns or intensify them, depending on whether the newcomers are absorbed, segregated, or dominant. It can expose populations to new disease environments, new diets, and new cultural ideals of attractiveness or respectability. It can also produce founder effects, where a relatively small group contributes disproportionately to later generations. In this way, reproduction is never simply local. Even the most intimate human relationships are often part of much larger demographic currents. There is also the question of assortative mating, the tendency for people to pair with others who resemble them in certain traits. In modern populations, people often assort by education, religion, class background, language, region, or increasingly by lifestyle and occupation. Some of these patterns may indirectly correlate with inherited traits, though the pathways are complex and mediated heavily by culture. Assortative mating does not necessarily create new biological groups in any dramatic sense, especially in a mobile world with plenty of mixing, but it can shape the distribution of traits and social outcomes over time. A population that repeatedly pairs by height, educational attainment, health behaviour, or ancestry may begin to amplify certain correlations. Scholars still debate how strong and lasting these effects are in different settings, but they are part of the reproductive landscape nonetheless. It is tempting at this point to imagine that human evolution might increasingly be driven by sexual preferences alone, as though modern mate choice had replaced older ecological pressures. That would be another oversimplification. Sexual selection never acts in a vacuum. Preferences themselves are constrained by who survives, who meets, who shares language or status, who is permitted to marry, and what material conditions make child-rearing possible. In some environments, physical robustness may carry more weight. In others, wealth or education may matter more. In still others, family alliances override individual preference almost entirely. The idea that human evolution can be explained by dating preferences alone belongs more to internet folklore than to serious science. Reproduction matters deeply, but it always matters through a wider structure. Modern contraception and reproductive technology add an additional layer of complexity. Once sexual behavior becomes more separable from childbearing, the relationship between attraction and evolutionary consequence changes. People may pair separate and engage in sexual relationships without producing children. Assisted reproduction allows some individuals to pass on genes who would not have done so under older conditions. Fertility treatment, sperm donation, egg donation, embryo selection, and surrogacy all introduce novel pathways through which reproduction can occur. These technologies are still distributed unevenly, and their long-term evolutionary effects remain uncertain. but they underline the same larger principle seen throughout human history. Culture does not abolish the biology of reproduction. It reorganizes it. The mechanisms change. The demographic consequences remain. What about beauty itself? Then, the topic that so often dominates popular imagination. There is some evidence that humans across cultures may show recurring preferences for certain signals loosely associated with health, youth, symmetry, or reproductive potential. Yet these signals are always filtered through local ideals, material conditions, social expectations, and fashions that can change rapidly. Robustness may be admired in one period, softness in another. Skin tone, body size, hair form, ornament, dress, posture, and speech can all acquire cultural meanings far beyond any simple biological signal. The result is that sexual selection in humans may be powerful, but it is rarely legible in purely physical terms. Culture acts as both translator and distorter. It amplifies some cues, suppresses others, and invents new ones. There is also a more sober truth beneath this discussion. Many of the traits that matter most for long-term reproductive success may not be glamorous at all. Disease resistance, fertility, childbirth survival, capacity for social cooperation, ability to attract and maintain support from kin, resilience under stress, and competence in local economic life may shape lineage persistence far more than striking appearance. In the long run, successful reproduction often depends less on dramatic desirability than on the ability to raise children who themselves survive and reproduce. That requires networks, not just attraction. Human evolution, in this sense, is not only a story of mating, it is a story of parenting, grandparenting, provisioning, alliance, and endurance. This is why the human case remains so resistant to tidy evolutionary storytelling. The species is intensely sexual, intensely social, and intensely cultural all at once. Reproductive outcomes can be influenced by bodies, but also by landlords, priests, employers, wars, migration laws, literacy, schools, epidemics, and the shifting cost of raising a family. A trait that helps someone attract a mate may not help them keep children alive. A trait that helps a household thrive may matter more than a trait that excites brief interest. In one century, status may be inherited through land, in another, through education or trade. Each arrangement changes who leaves descendants. Human sexual selection exists, but it is braided tightly into economic and institutional history. If anything, this makes the argument against evolutionary stoppage even stronger. A species whose reproduction is shaped by changing social systems is not a species outside evolution. It is a species whose evolution increasingly runs through culture. Mate choice, marriage systems, fertility timing, migration, class structure, and reproductive technology are all part of the machinery now. The ancient pressures of survival remain, but they are joined by subtler filters operating through opportunity, reputation, law, and desire. That does not make the outcome more predictable. It makes it more complex, and complexity invites caution. The history of claiming to explain human mating and evolution is crowded with bad science, ideology, and projection. Too often, researchers or commentators have mistaken current social arrangements for timeless biological truths. Too often, they have ignored women's agency, the role of coercion, the force of institutions, or the sheer variability of human societies. Good science moves more carefully. It accepts that reproduction shapes evolution while admitting that the roots are tangled and context-dependent. scholars still debate which traits, if any, are currently under strong sexual selection in large modern populations, and the evidence remains incomplete. But incomplete evidence is not the same as no process. It simply means the process is difficult to isolate. By now a clearer picture is emerging. Human evolution has not vanished into a laboratory silence. It continues through disease, diet, climate, migration, and also through the most ordinary human facts of all love, calculation, marriage, separation, fertility, and the raising of children under unequal conditions. None of these forces act in isolation. That is the point. The species is still evolving, but the channels of change now run through social life as much as through wilderness. The next question follows naturally. If culture and technology are reshaping reproduction so profoundly, what happens when medicine begins actively shielding bodies from older forms of mortality? Does natural selection weaken, or does it simply move again, slipping into new terrain where the pressures are less obvious but still very real? Few forces have done more to encourage the belief that humans escaped evolution than modern medicine. The logic seems straightforward. If natural selection once worked by eliminating the sick, the weak, the infertile, the injured, and the unlucky, then medicine appears to interfere directly with that process. Antibiotics rescue people from infections that once killed in childhood or early adulthood. Vaccines prevent diseases that historically cut through populations with brutal efficiency. Caesarean sections allow births that might once have ended in the death of mother, infant, or both. Insulin keeps people alive with conditions that would earlier have been fatal. Eyeglasses preserve the practical lives of those with poor vision. Surgery repairs trauma. Neonatal care sustains premature infants. Blood transfusions, sanitation, anesthesia, and emergency medicine interrupt countless older pathways to death. In one sense, then, the intuition is correct. Medicine does weaken many traditional forms of natural selection. It softens some of the oldest filters through which human survival once passed. But that is not the same as ending evolution. It means the landscape of selection has been altered again, perhaps more dramatically than ever before. The first thing to understand is that natural selection was never a single blunt instrument. It did not operate merely by killing off the obviously unfit in some crude Victorian sense. It acted through probabilities who survived infancy, who recovered from disease, who remained fertile, who could care for children, who endured childbirth, who avoided chronic weakness, who secured support, who reached reproductive age, and who saw offspring survive long enough to reproduce in turn. Medicine changes many of those probabilities, but not all in the same direction, and not equally for everyone. A rural child without access to clean water and antibiotics does not inhabit the same selection environment as a child born in a wealthy urban hospital. A woman with modern obstetric care does not face the same reproductive risks as one without it. A person managing a chronic condition with stable treatment lives in a different biological and demographic world than someone who cannot obtain that treatment. Once again, evolution does not disappear. It becomes unevenly mediated through institutions, infrastructure, and access. This unevenness matters because medicine is never distributed as a pure species-wide shield. It is historical, political, and economic. Some populations receive vaccination early and consistently, others do not. Some regions maintain low infant mortality and advanced care. Others remain burdened by infection, malnutrition, polluted air, unsafe childbirth, and preventable disease. Even within the same city, neighborhood, class, education, and wealth can profoundly affect who lives long enough to reproduce and under what conditions their children survive. The old image of medicine as a universal blanket laid over the human species mistakes a patchwork for a whole. In reality, medical buffering is strong in some places, partial in others, and fragile everywhere. It may change rapidly with war, state collapse, inequality, or new disease. Selection therefore continues, though increasingly through the social distribution of protection itself. There is also the question of what medicine actually shields against. It is exceptionally good at interrupting certain acute pressures, bacterial infections, traumatic injury, obstructed labour, dehydration, blindness from simple causes, and many childhood threats that once shaped mortality sharply. But it is far less able to erase every source of differential survival and reproduction. Chronic disease, environmental toxins, metabolic disorder, infertility, mental illness, autoimmune conditions, cancers, emerging pathogens, and the cumulative burden of stress remain powerfully structured by both biology and environment. A treatment can extend life without making all outcomes equal. A chronic condition may become manageable yet still affect fertility, family stability, or child health indirectly. A body saved in infancy may go on to reproduce, yes, but under modern conditions reproduction itself may hinge less on mere survival than on education, income, partnership, housing, and access to long-term care. Medicine changes the battlefield. It does not empty it. Childbirth offers one of the clearest examples. For most of human history, childbirth is one of the great sites of selection. Pelvic anatomy, fetal size, maternal nutrition, infection risk, hemorrhage, and obstructed labour all influence which mothers and infants survive. Modern obstetrics, especially caesarean delivery, profoundly interrupts this old system. Some researchers have argued that these interventions may allow pelvic or fetal size mismatches to persist more commonly than before, slightly altering the pressures that once constrained them. Scholars still debate how strong these effects are and how much they matter on long timescales. The evidence remains incomplete, and any simplistic claim that humanity is evolving toward needing more C-sections should be treated cautiously. Still, the underlying principle is sound. When medicine rescues outcomes that older selection would have penalized, it changes the inheritance landscape. That is not no evolution. That is redirected evolution. Infectious disease tells a similar story. Vaccines and antimicrobials have reduced the force of many classic killers, especially in places where public health systems function well. Diseases that once acted as major selective pressures may now have much weaker effects in some populations. Yet the microbial world is not static. Antibiotic resistance evolves. New pathogens emerge. Old diseases return when vaccination falls. War disrupts health systems, or ecological conditions shift. Crowded cities, industrial farming, global travel, and climate change continue to create opportunities for new disease ecologies. Humans, meanwhile, carry inherited variation in immune response, inflammation, and susceptibility that still matters in who gets severely ill and who does not. The great contest between bodies and microbes has not ended. Medicine simply became a major participant in it. This creates a deeper irony. The more successful medicine becomes, the more it can expose new forms of selection by extending life into stages or conditions where different pressures dominate. A child saved from infection may later face selection through fertility, education, social status, chronic disease, or ability to support offspring. An adult living long with a managed condition may still experience different reproductive or social outcomes than someone without it. A population largely protected from infectious childhood mortality may become increasingly shaped by diseases of aging, metabolism, pollution exposure, and reproductive timing. Selection does not need to act where it once acted in order to remain real. It can move from one life stage to another as circumstances change. Some of the strongest modern pressures may not look medical at all, though they are inseparable from medicine's success. Once mortality falls and survival becomes more common, fertility often changes. In many industrialized societies, birth rates decline sharply. People marry later or not at all. Education expands. Women's reproductive options widen. Contraception allows deliberate family size. Urban housing becomes expensive. Child rearing becomes prolonged, intensive, and costly. Under such conditions, the key evolutionary question may shift from who survives to who chooses or manages to reproduce, how many children they have, and when. This is not a trivial shift. It means that in some settings selection may now act more strongly through reproductive behavior and social structure than through childhood death. Medicine helps produce this world, but it does not control its consequences. That shift has led some thinkers to argue that modern selection is now weak because so many people survive long enough to reproduce at least once. There is some truth in this. If nearly everyone reaches adulthood and severe mortality before reproduction becomes rare, then one classical avenue of natural selection is indeed reduced, but reduced is not absent. Reproduction is still unequal. Family sizes vary enormously. Childlessness is common in some populations and rare in others. Marriage or partnership patterns differ. Infertility treatment changes outcomes for some but not for all. Social inequality shapes nutrition, stress, healthcare, and the likelihood that children themselves survive and thrive. Moreover, because populations are so large, even relatively small differences in reproductive success can have meaningful evolutionary effects over time. Weak selection in a large population need not be irrelevant. Another complication is that medicine itself can create selective mismatches by preserving bodies in environments very different from those in which their inherited traits evolved. This does not mean those bodies are wrong for the present, only that their interactions with the modern world may be complex. Genes that once helped under heavy infectious burden may contribute to autoimmune disease when pathogen exposure drops. Traits that once supported energy storage under recurrent scarcity may interact poorly with abundance and sedentary life. Variants that had little cost in shorter-lived populations may now express themselves more fully when people survive into older ages. Evolutionary medicine often focuses on such mismatches, though the field must be careful not to turn every modern disease into a crude Paleolithic morality tale. Even so, the central insight holds. Medical progress changes which inherited features matter and when they matter. The social meaning of disability also complicates older assumptions about selection. In harsh environments without support, many injuries or impairments can sharply reduce survival and reproduction. In societies with inclusive infrastructure, assistive technology, education, family support, and medical care, many of those same conditions carry far less demographic penalty. A person who would once have died, remained socially excluded, or been unable to raise children may now live a full reproductive life. This is often treated as evidence that natural selection is fading. In a narrow sense, again, some older filters have indeed weakened. But here it becomes especially important to avoid the moral confusion that has so often distorted the subject. Medicine and social support are not mistakes from an evolutionary perspective. They are part of the environment humans have built. If a cooperative, technologically capable species alters the selective value of certain traits through care and infrastructure, that altered environment is just as real as winter cold or malaria. Compassion itself becomes part of the evolutionary setting. What may be disappearing then is not evolution but a brutal style of selection once more common in human history. Death in infancy, lethal childbirth, untreated injury, catastrophic infection, and chronic impairment without aid are no longer as universal in many parts of the world. That is a genuine transformation, and it would be foolish to pretend otherwise. But evolution has always worked through whatever differences remain. In the modern world, those differences may involve access to healthcare, resistance to emerging diseases, fertility under delayed reproduction, metabolic responses to industrial diets, tolerance of polluted environments, mental health under chronic stress, or the ability to function within increasingly artificial and demanding social systems. These are not small matters. They shape lives, families, and lineages every day. There is also a demographic twist that makes the future especially uncertain. In some populations, the people with the greatest medical burdens may still reproduce at ordinary or even high rates, because treatment allows it, while in others, highly educated and medically advantaged groups have very low fertility. In yet other settings, high mortality persists alongside high fertility. Because these patterns vary so much, there is no single global answer to the question of whether medicine is weakening or redirecting selection. The effect is different in Stockholm, Lagos, Mumbai, rural Peru, and suburban Texas. It is different again across class lines inside each of those places. Scholars still debate how to measure this properly, and any confident one-sentence answer is almost certainly too simple. This complexity is one reason the old claim that medicine ended human evolution remains attractive. It turns a messy reality into a clean slogan. But the real picture is far more revealing. Medicine is not a stop sign placed in front of natural selection. It is a force that removes some pressures, introduces others, changes who reaches reproductive age, reshapes fertility, extends lifespan, redistributes risk, and ties biological outcomes ever more tightly to institutions. A species with medicine is not a species outside evolution. It is a species evolving inside a technologically altered niche of its own construction. In fact, medicine may strengthen one of the strangest features of the human story, the increasing importance of culture as a second inheritance system. Genes still matter, but the conditions under which genes help or hinder are now profoundly shaped by learned practices, institutions, and technologies handed down outside DNA. A child inherits not only a genome, but a vaccination schedule or its absence, a health system or its failure, a diet, a pollution burden, a social safety net, a school, a neighborhood, a set of reproductive norms, and a medical culture that may determine whether certain inherited liabilities ever become serious obstacles. In that sense, medicine belongs to a much larger human pattern. It is one more way culture becomes environment, and that pattern leads directly to the next step in the story. Once culture grows powerful enough to regulate food, disease, reproduction, labor, belief, and learning on a massive scale, biological evolution can no longer be understood on its own. The human future is shaped by two intertwined inheritances, the genetic one written in cells, and the cultural one written in habits, institutions, language, and memory. Neither replaces the other. They co-author the species. The old question, did humans stop evolving, begins to look less useful than a better one. What happens when a biological organism starts transmitting more and more of its survival strategy outside the body, yet still carries the body along into every consequence? That is where the story becomes stranger still. By this point, the old division between biology and culture has become impossible to maintain. It survives mostly as a habit of thought, a convenient simplification inherited from a time when genes were hidden. Population history was poorly understood, and human self-image depended heavily on the belief that civilization had carried the species out of nature. But the deeper the evidence is examined, the less plausible that separation becomes. Human beings inherit two streams at once. One passes through DNA, with all its mutations, mixtures, constraints, and long biochemical memory. The other passes through teaching, imitation, institutions, language, tools, law, ritual, architecture, and habit. The first inheritance gives bodies their form and capacity. The second tells those bodies how to live, what to eat, whom to trust, how to mate, where to sleep, what to fear, how to work, which children to value, when to reproduce, how to heal, and what future to imagine. Neither inheritance operates alone for long. Together they create the strange condition of being human. Culture is sometimes spoken of as if it were a decorative layer laid over a fundamentally biological creature. That is much too weak a description. Culture is not merely adornment or explanation. It is a survival system. It stores knowledge outside the body and passes it on faster than genes can. A child does not need to wait for natural selection to produce thicker fur in a cold environment if clothing, shelter, and fire are available. A population does not need to evolve sharper teeth for a difficult food source if grinding stones, cooking methods, or fermentation can make it edible. A community can defend itself not through the spontaneous evolution of claws, but through coordinated violence, walls, weapons, and warning systems. In this sense, culture acts like a second adaptive engine, one capable of extraordinary speed. Yet that speed does not cancel biological evolution. It changes the conditions under which biology matters. This is one of the most important and least intuitive ideas in the whole story. Because culture can solve problems so quickly, people assume it has replaced the slower machinery of inheritance. In fact, it often does something more complicated and more powerful. It creates new environments, new diets, new disease ecologies, new mating systems, new hierarchies, new timings of reproduction, new burdens of labor, new exposures to light, smoke, pollutants, and crowding, and new forms of psychological strain. Each of these can alter which inherited traits become more or less useful. The plough, the grain store, the marketplace, just the alphabet, the sewer, the school, the factory, the pill, the hospital, the smartphone, and the climate-controlled room are not external to human evolution. They are among the conditions through which it now operates. Culture is not the end of selection. It is one of selection's most powerful modern media. Even memory itself changes the situation. Most animals inherit adaptive information primarily through genes, with some mixture of instinct and social learning depending on the species. Humans inherit entire ways of life through deliberate instruction and collective remembrance. Hunting routes, planting schedules, medicinal plants, kinship laws, marriage rules, burial customs, building techniques, taboo foods, navigation systems, tool-making traditions, religious disciplines, and legal codes can outlast the individuals who first created them by centuries or millennia. This means a human population can respond to an environmental challenge long before genes shift significantly. It also means that the selective environment can become remarkably stable, or remarkably unstable depending on how culture manages it. A good irrigation system can buffer drought for generations until it fails. A stable food tradition can support one metabolic pattern until trade or industry transforms the menu almost overnight. Genes move slowly compared with institutions, but institutions can create long periods of regularity or sudden conditions of shock. The body must live through both. This second inheritance also allows humans to occupy environments that would otherwise be inaccessible. The Arctic is not colonized by waiting for thick fur to evolve first. High mountains are not settled by waiting for ideal oxygen regulation before ascent. Dense cities are not inhabited because the body naturally prefers crowding and sewage. These worlds are entered through technique, coordination, knowledge, and infrastructure. Only later, if populations remain under those conditions long enough and if the pressures are strong enough, may more specific biological adaptations spread. In this way, culture often leads and genes follow. The species moves first through learning, then biology responds within the new niche. That pattern helps explain why human evolution can feel so elusive. The first visible change in a population may be cultural rather than biological, and by the time genes begin to shift, the originating cultural move can already seem ancient or ordinary. Dairying is a perfect example, but not the only one. People begin keeping herds and consuming milk. At first, this is simply a way of life, a pastoral strategy shaped by ecology and subsistence. Over time, in some populations, adults who remain able to digest lactose gain an advantage and the trait becomes more common. Here culture creates the pressure that guides selection. Agriculture does the same more broadly. Cities do the same for immunity and disease. Writing and bureaucracy help support large stratified states, which alter labour, wealth, stress, and reproduction. Schooling delays childbearing in many societies. Wage labour changes household structures. Artificial light changes sleep timing. Contraception decouples sex from reproduction. None of these developments are genetic in origin, yet all of them influence which genetic variations matter. Genes and culture become locked in feedback. The relationship is not always one in which culture dominates. Biology can shape culture in return. A population living under heavy pathogene load may develop food rules, childcare practices, or social habits that reduce exposure. The need for long childhood support may encourage kin cooperation, marriage norms, or extended household forms. Lactase persistence can make dairying more profitable once it spreads, strengthening the culture that helped select it. Altitude-adapted populations may organize labor and settlement differently from newcomers who struggle physiologically. Even emotional tendencies, sensory sensitivities, or developmental constraints can affect what kinds of social systems are easier to maintain. The arrow does not run in one direction. Culture alters selection, but evolved bodies also shape what culture can do smoothly, painfully, or not at all. This is why human history can never be understood either as pure biological destiny or as pure self-invention. The species is suspended between inheritance and improvisation. A child is born with a genome not of its own choosing, but also into a language, a diet, a family structure, a school system, a moral code, an economy, and a technological environment equally unchosen. These things will interact from the first breath onward. The baby's body will metabolize food shaped by agriculture and industry. Its immune system will encounter microbes filtered by housing, sanitation, antibiotic use, and vaccination. its brain will develop under pressures of attachment, stress, education, and screens. Its reproductive future will depend not only on puberty and fertility, but on norms around love, work, gender, religion, and money. Human evolution in such a world cannot be traced through genes alone, because genes no longer meet the world in a raw state. They meet a world already processed by culture at every level. This is also where some of the oldest arguments about human nature begin to break down. People often speak as if human biology contains a fixed program and culture either expresses or represses it. The real picture is far more dynamic. There are evolved tendencies, certainly toward bonding, competition, learning, pattern recognition, status concern, kin loyalty, fear, desire, care for offspring, and countless other behaviors shaped over deep time. But these tendencies do not unfold identically in all contexts. Culture channels, amplifies, disciplines, redirects, or frustrates them. A competitive tendency might be expressed through warfare in one society, schooling in another, commerce in a third, and bureaucratic ranking in a fourth. Care for children may be organized through extended kin networks in one setting, and nuclear households in another. Sexual jealousy, cooperation, aggression, and altruism all exist, but their expression varies enormously depending on institutions and norms. The biology is real, so is the social choreography wrapped around it. What makes the human case especially unusual is the speed of cultural change compared with genetic change. An institution can be reformed in a decade. A transportation network can appear in a generation. A digital environment can alter attention, communication, courtship, and work within a few years. The genome cannot keep pace with such rapid turnover. That means human beings increasingly live in conditions their bodies did not specifically evolve for, while relying on cultural systems to bridge the mismatch. Sometimes that works remarkably well. Sometimes it produces chronic strain. Sometimes it creates entirely new disorders or vulnerabilities. The evidence remains incomplete on many of these modern interactions, but no single explanation fully accounts for why some people flourish under recent conditions while others struggle. Part of the answer almost certainly lies in the fact that culture has changed the environment faster than genes can track. And yet this does not mean genes have become irrelevant. If anything, it can make their effects more uneven and context-dependent. A genetic tendency that mattered little in one setting may matter a great deal in another. Traits related to stress response, circadian rhythm, metabolism, inflammation, fertility, or mental health may interact differently with industrial schedules, processed foods, sedentary life, long schooling, or chronic urban noise than they did with earlier lifeways. Most such interactions are complex, and responsible science avoids grand claims. But the basic principle is sound. When culture changes rapidly, bodies with different inherited predispositions can experience the same world very differently. Evolution may then continue, though perhaps through reproductive patterns, health burdens, or survival differences too subtle or too entangled for easy detection without long study. There is also a moral dimension to this discussion, though not in the simplistic sense that evolution tells humanity what it ought to do. It does not. Still, once culture becomes a major part of the human environment, ethical choices acquire biological consequences. Public health, nutrition policy, pollution control, maternal care, education, housing, and reproductive freedom all influence the conditions under which future generations are born and raised. A society that allows toxins in drinking water, neglects infant care, or traps large populations in chronic deprivation is not merely making a political decision. It is shaping developmental outcomes, health, and potentially longer-term evolutionary pressures. Likewise, a society that expands care and reduces avoidable suffering changes the selection environment in another direction. Culture thus turns collective choices into part of the species' adaptive landscape. Few facts make the human condition stranger than this one: moral systems, though invented and argued over, become biologically consequential in the end. This is why the phrase second inheritance is so useful. It captures the fact that humans inherit not only genes but worlds. Some of those worlds are stable enough to support long-term gene culture feedback. Others are unstable enough to generate chronic mismatch. In one period, cultural inheritance may reduce mortality dramatically and expand opportunity. In another, it may spread pollution, loneliness, overnutrition, sleep disruption, and stress more rapidly than bodies can compensate. Cultural inheritance can save, distort, buffer, or magnify biological pressures. It can preserve a useful tradition for centuries or overturn one in a single generation. The body must keep negotiating with each version it receives. By now, the original question, did humans stop evolving, has almost become too small. It assumes evolution is something that can be neatly isolated from the rest of human life, as though biology were one stream and culture another running beside it. The evidence suggests something more intimate. The streams have merged. Human beings are now evolving as creatures whose adaptive strategies are partly inside the body and partly outside it, stored in memory, tools, institutions, and machines. This does not make them less biological. It makes their biology inseparable from their cultural niche. The species remains under selection, but the filters are increasingly built from its own inventions. The scientific revolution in genetics will eventually make this entanglement much easier to detect. Once DNA can be read directly across populations and across time, many of the old illusions will begin to fall away. Adaptations once invisible will become measurable. Mixture between ancient human groups will come into view. Recent selection will show up in the genome where the skeleton had seemed quiet. What had looked like stillness will start to resolve into motion again. But before that clearer picture emerges, it is worth pausing on the strangeness of the present condition itself. Humans are animals that inherit both flesh and frameworks. They are shaped by genes and by recipes, by chromosomes and calendars, by immune variants and school systems, by altitude and architecture, by sunlight and story. No other species quite remakes its own selection environment so completely while remaining bound to the consequences of that remaking. And that is why the next development matters so much. Once the genome itself becomes readable, the old debate about whether human evolution stopped can no longer rest on appearances. The evidence moves from inference to sequence. Bones, blood, and living populations begin to speak in a new way. What they reveal is not a finished species looking back on a completed journey, but a population still carrying the marks of recent change, recent mixture, and recent selection, often in places no one had thought to look before. For most of history, the argument over whether humans were still evolving remained partly trapped by what could be seen. Bones could be measured, teeth could be compared, skin color, stature, facial form, body shape, and disease could be observed in the living, but much of the actual machinery of inheritance remained hidden. Even careful thinkers could be misled by silence in the visible record. If skulls no longer seemed to be changing dramatically, if the modern human frame looked stable across continents, if culture appeared to be doing most of the obvious adaptive work, then it was easy to assume that biological evolution had slowed to insignificance. The genome changed that assumption more completely than almost any earlier scientific advance. Once DNA could be studied directly, the old impression of stillness began to dissolve. Human bodies had not stopped changing. Scientists had simply lacked the instruments to see where much of the change was happening. The first shock came from living populations. Genetic variation did not arrange itself as a fixed map of timeless human types, as older racial thinking had imagined. It arranged itself as a record of movement, mixing, separation, bottlenecks, adaptation, and history. Populations that looked similar could have arrived there by different routes. Populations living near one another could carry traces of very different pasts. A trait visible on the outside often reflected only a tiny part of a much deeper story. The genome revealed humanity not as a set of clean boxes, but as a braided species, full of overlap and shared inheritance, yet still marked by local histories strong enough to leave clear signatures. This alone was enough to undermine many older assumptions, but the deeper revolution came when those signatures were compared across time. Ancient DNA transformed the argument because it allowed something astonishing, not just reading the genomes of living people, but tracing change through actual populations from different periods. Instead of inferring everything indirectly from skeletons and present-day distribution, researchers could compare earlier farmers with later farmers, early steppe populations with later mixed populations, ancient highlanders with present-day descendants, pre-epidemic communities with post-epidemic ones, and so on. The result was not a static human past suddenly illuminated, it was a moving one. Alleles rose and fell. Mixtures occurred that no one had fully recognized. Population replacements, expansions, and absorptions became visible. Signals of recent selection emerged in traits tied to diet, immunity, pigmentation, and altitude. What had looked like stability from the outside now appeared as continuous adjustment beneath the surface. One of the most profound changes was conceptual. The genome made it much harder to imagine the human story as a simple march from primitive to advanced. Instead, it revealed a species whose history is crowded with divergences, recombinations, and survivals. Human populations had repeatedly separated and come back together. Traits that seemed local sometimes turned out to have multiple origins. Other traits spread not because they first arose in a population, but because they arrived through migration and admixture. The evidence remains incomplete in many regions, especially where ancient DNA preserves poorly. But what survives in the record suggests that recent human history is far more dynamic than earlier models allowed. A population is rarely just itself. It is usually a layered inheritance from many past encounters. Nothing illustrated this more dramatically than the discovery that modern humans carry DNA from other human groups once thought wholly lost. Neanderthal ancestry survives in many living populations outside Africa. Denisovan-related ancestry persists in varying degrees in populations across parts of Asia and Oceania, and some of those inherited segments appear to have had adaptive value in particular environments. This revelation did more than add strange names to the human family tree. It shattered the old picture of species-like replacement as a clean handoff from one form to another. Human evolution had involved contact, mixture, absorption, and persistence. Even extinct lineages were not entirely extinct if parts of their genetic legacy continued shaping living bodies. A species that could absorb useful variation from close relatives while spreading across the globe was not standing still. It was evolving through contact as well as through mutation. The genome also sharpened the timing of many adaptations once discussed only in broad terms. Lactase persistence, for instance, could be tracked more precisely in relation to dairying populations. Variants associated with lighter pigmentation in some parts of Eurasia appeared to have spread later and more unevenly than many older narratives assumed. Immune-related genes showed evidence of repeated selection, likely connected to changing pathogen burdens as populations adopted farming, settled in dense communities, or mixed with newcomers carrying different disease histories. High-altitude adaptation became legible in ways fossils alone never could have revealed. The same general theme kept returning. Much of recent human evolution was not producing dramatic new skeletons. It was altering frequencies in genes that shape metabolism, immunity, development, and physiological tolerance. This mattered not only because it confirmed that evolution continued, but because it changed what counted as convincing evidence. For a long time, some people could still say, in effect, "Show me the new human." The genomic answer was both devastating and elegant. The new human is the same human, only with different probabilities distributed through the population. A gene variant that was rare becomes common, another declines. A physiological system becomes tuned slightly differently to oxygen, sunlight, infection, or milk. No thunderclap announces the shift. No new silhouette appears against the horizon. But across generations the change is real and measurable. Evolution, in this sense, turns out to be closer to editing than sculpting. The body's basic paragraph remains. Certain lines are revised. This also forced a more careful understanding of population history. Earlier models had often overemphasized isolation, as though groups remained separate long enough for clean stories to emerge. Genomics showed that movement is everywhere. Farmers spread and mixed with foragers. Pastoralists move across continents. Conquests, trade routes, marriage patterns, slavery, colonization, and refuge all left marks in DNA. The resulting picture is both more human and more difficult. Populations are not abstract units in textbooks. They are people carrying ancestry through accidents of survival, migration, alliance, and violence. That is why the genome must be read with care. It can reveal history with extraordinary power, but it can also be badly abused when people mistake ancestry for destiny or adaptation for hierarchy. Good science does the opposite. It shows how contingent and entangled human history really is. Another major change came from the ability to detect selection statistically rather than anecdotally. Scientists no longer had to rely only on visible traits or historical speculation. They could scan genomes for patterns suggesting recent positive selection, balancing selection, or demographic shifts. They could model how quickly certain variants must have risen in frequency to match present-day distributions. They could compare ancient and modern samples to watch those rises more directly. These methods are not magical. They are sensitive to assumptions, sample bias, and interpretive error. Scholars still debate specific signals, and some supposed examples of strong recent selection have later looked more complicated under better models. Yet the overall effect has been unmistakable. The burden of proof changed sides. Instead of asking whether humans might still be evolving, science increasingly asked where, how, and under what pressures the evidence of recent evolution could be found. The genome also exposed how misleading outward appearance can be. Traits that loom large in social imagination are not always the most evolutionarily important. Meanwhile, highly consequential changes may be invisible without molecular tools. Two people may look broadly similar while carrying different physiological adaptations. Two populations may differ visibly in one trait while sharing most of their history. Some of the most important signals of selection may sit in regulatory regions or complex polygenic patterns that do not correspond neatly to everyday categories. This is one reason popular discourse so often stumbles. It looks where the eye is trained to look. Evolutionary evidence is often hiding elsewhere. Perhaps most importantly, genetics reopened the question of rate. Once recent human evolution could be measured more clearly. The old assumption that meaningful change must require immense spans of time began to weaken. Selection under strong pressure could move surprisingly fast, not fantastically fast, not overnight, and not in whatever direction anyone wished to imagine, but fast enough that the late Holocene and even historically adjacent periods could contain biologically important change. This did not mean every modern trend had evolutionary significance. Many apparent shifts remained cultural or developmental rather than genetic. Height changes under improved nutrition are a classic example of how powerful environment can be without inherited change. The new genomic perspective did not erase that distinction, it sharpened it. Researchers became better able to ask which changes were written into the population genetically and which reflected plastic response to altered conditions. That distinction became especially important in debates over intelligence, behavior, and social traits, where speculation runs far ahead of reliable evidence. Genomics has been much more powerful in detecting selection on simpler, or more directly measurable physiological traits than in resolving complex polygenic, culturally entangled human behaviors. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for how most behavioral tendencies evolve in large modern populations under rapidly changing social conditions. That caution matters. The DNA revolution made some things clearer, but it did not authorize reckless storytelling. It did not prove that every social trend is evolutionary. It proves something both stronger and narrower, that human populations have continued to change genetically in recent history, often in response to identifiable ecological and cultural pressures. There is a kind of intellectual humility built into this discovery. For centuries, humans told themselves stories based on what seemed obvious from the outside. The genome quietly overturned many of them. It revealed hidden ancestry, unexpected mixtures, local adaptations, repeated convergences, and histories written in blood that monuments never recorded. It showed that some long-standing assumptions about who came from where, who replaced whom, and when important traits arose were incomplete or simply wrong, and it did so without turning the species into something alien. On the contrary, the more DNA revealed, the more deeply human the story became: messy, mixed, unfinished, full of contingency and survival. This scientific shift also changed the emotional meaning of the original question. Did humans stop evolving once? That sounded like a debate about philosophy, about whether civilization had lifted the species above animal process. After the genomic revolution, the question looks almost antique. It belongs to a time when the mechanisms were still largely hidden. With enough data, the answer becomes less rhetorical and more empirical. Of course, humans did not stop evolving. Their genomes say so. Their adaptations say so, their mixtures say so, their regional histories say so. The only reason the myth survived as long as it did is that much of the evidence was quiet until new tools taught science how to listen. But the new clarity brings new arguments. If evolution is clearly ongoing, how fast is it moving now? Are recent selection signals strong enough to matter, compared with the force of migration and cultural buffering? Does modern medicine weaken classic pressures so much that the future will be shaped more by demographic choice than survival? Can biotechnology begin to override natural selection entirely by making heredity a matter of design rather than differential reproduction? Scholars disagree on all of this, and not trivially. The DNA revolution did not end debate, it deepened it. Once movement could be seen again, The next challenge was interpreting its pace and meaning. That is where the story now turns. The old myth of stillness has largely collapsed under the weight of evidence, yet the future remains uncertain. Some scientists emphasize that humans are still evolving in measurable ways, and perhaps more rapidly in some respects than older generations realized. Others stress that gene flow, cultural change, and medical intervention make the process harder to predict and perhaps weaker in some classical forms. Both positions contain part of the truth. Humans are still in motion, but their motion now runs through a world of unprecedented complexity. The debate is no longer about whether the species is evolving. It is about what kind of evolution remains visible in a world where selection, migration, technology, and culture constantly interfere with one another. Once the genome made recent human evolution impossible to deny, the argument changed shape. The old claim that humans had somehow stepped outside biology no longer held up well against the evidence. But science is rarely satisfied with a simple reversal. It immediately asks harder questions. If evolution continues, how strong is it now? Which forces matter most: natural selection, migration, drift, cultural change, reproductive choice, medicine, or technology? Are modern humans still being shaped in biologically meaningful ways? Or are the signals too weak and too entangled to amount to much? The debate at this stage is not about whether change exists. It is about how to measure it in a species that increasingly alters its own environment faster than genes can easily follow. One side of the argument emphasizes continuity. From this perspective, the human species remains fully inside the ordinary rules of population biology. Variation still appears through mutation and recombination. Traits still affect survival and reproduction unevenly. Populations still differ in environment, fertility, disease burden, and exposure to stress. Therefore, selection continues, sometimes quietly, sometimes strongly, whether people notice it or not. The examples already discussed lactose persistence, altitude adaptation, pathogen resistance, pigmentation shifts. Recent signals in immune genes are not curiosities but proof of principle. They show that even in the relatively recent past, and sometimes in periods brushing directly against written history, selection has been capable of altering populations in measurable ways. From this viewpoint, there is no reason to assume the mechanism suddenly weakened into insignificance merely because modern life feels culturally dominant. The other side is more cautious, and not without reason. Many classic forms of selection have clearly changed. In much of the world, infant mortality has fallen. Medicine rescues people from infections, injuries, metabolic failure, and obstetric danger that once shaped survival harshly. Housing, sanitation, food transport, law, and social care buffer older ecological pressures. Global migration increases gene flow, preventing prolonged local isolation in many regions. Reproduction itself is increasingly shaped by contraception, delayed marriage, education, and economic decisions rather than by sheer physical capacity alone. Under such conditions, some scientists argue, the old engine of natural selection may still be running but at lower intensity, or at least in forms so diffused that their long-term impact becomes difficult to estimate. From this angle, human evolution is not absent, but its classical pathways may be weaker, noisier, and more entangled with culture than ever before. What makes the debate valuable is that both sides are describing real parts of the same picture. Selection can be strong in one context and weak in another. A disease-heavy rural region without reliable healthcare does not impose the same pressures as an affluent city with advanced medicine and low child mortality. A population with high fertility and severe environmental exposure will not evolve under the same demographic logic as one with low fertility, heavy contraception, assisted reproduction, and long life expectancy. Any global statement about modern humans risks flattening these differences into nonsense. The evidence remains incomplete partly because the species is now living in multiple evolutionary worlds at once. In some places, classical mortality selection still bites hard. In others, reproductive behavior and social structure may matter more than survival alone. In still others, migration may swamp local signals before they become pronounced. There is also a methodological problem buried inside the debate. Detecting selection in the genome is one thing, proving exactly what pressure caused it is another. A gene frequency may shift because of direct selection, because it was linked to another selected trait, because a population expanded rapidly, because of founder effects, or because migrants introduced it in large numbers. Human history is crowded with demographic disruptions severe enough to imitate or obscure selection. War, slavery, empire, colonization, trade routes, forced relocation, famine, and urbanization all move genes around. This means even when scientists agree that a population changed, they may disagree about why. Was that immune signal caused by plague, by earlier endemic disease, by mixture with another population, or by some combination of all three? No single explanation fully accounts for many cases, and responsible researchers say so plainly. The debate becomes even more delicate when it approaches complex traits. It is one thing to study lactose persistence, malaria resistance, or altitude response, where the physiology is comparatively direct and the environmental pressure fairly clear. It is much harder to make confident claims about traits influenced by thousands of genes and shaped heavily by culture, development, and chance. Intelligence, behavior, temperament, mental health tendencies, educational attainment, and many socially important human traits belong to this far more difficult territory. Here genomics has great power, but also severe limits. Polygenic traits are statistically subtle, environmentally sensitive, and vulnerable to bad interpretation. Scholars still debate how much recent selection can be detected in such traits at all, and the evidence is often far less secure than public discussion suggests. This is one reason the field demands caution. The genome revealed motion, yes, but not every kind of motion can be read with equal clarity. Public misunderstanding often enters through this gap. Once people hear that human evolution is ongoing, they sometimes leap to sensational conclusions. They imagine that intelligence must be rapidly rising or falling, that certain populations are more evolved than others, or that modern dating patterns will soon create a dramatically new kind of human. These stories tend to collapse under scrutiny. Evolution has no overall direction toward improvement. Populations can adapt locally without becoming superior in any universal sense. Traits useful in one setting may be neutral or harmful in another, and many of the social patterns people find most dramatic are simply too recent, too reversible, or too culturally mediated to ground sweeping biological conclusions. The scientific argument is not that everything people notice around them is evolution. It is that evolution remains one thread in a far denser fabric than popular storytelling usually allows. One-lived dispute concerns fertility itself. In many industrialized populations, people with more education and greater access to professional opportunity often delay or reduce childbearing, while other groups reproduce earlier or more frequently. Some researchers have asked whether such patterns could produce measurable evolutionary change over long periods, especially in traits weakly correlated with educational, social, or behavioral variables. Others argue that these systems change too quickly, are too culturally unstable, and are too dependent on policy, economics, and technology to support confident predictions. A trend visible for 3 generations may vanish in the 4th if housing, religion, migration, or social norms shift. Human reproductive behavior is responsive to history in a way that frustrates simple extrapolation. This does not make it evolutionarily irrelevant. It makes it hard to model honestly. Another dispute concerns relaxation versus redirection of selection. Has medicine and social care truly relaxed selection overall, allowing more genetic variation with less filtering? Or have they merely redirected it toward traits tied to fertility, chronic disease, environmental tolerance, and social navigation rather than acute survival? The truth is probably mixed. Some older forms of harsh mortality-based selection have clearly weakened in many populations, yet new filters remain. Obesity, diabetes, infertility, pollution exposure, sleep disruption, mental illness, and delayed reproduction all shape reproductive outcomes in ways not yet fully understood. At the same time, if medicine keeps more people alive to reproductive age, it may preserve genetic variants that would once have disappeared more often. But preserved variation is not the same as evolutionary standstill. It means the population is carrying forward a broader range of possibilities into a changing future. There is also a philosophical disagreement just beneath the technical one. Some scientists are wary of speaking too confidently about ongoing human evolution because they know how often such language has been abused. Human biology has a long history of being twisted into racial ranking, eugenic fantasy, and political ideology masquerading as science. That legacy encourages caution, especially around claims involving behavior, intelligence, or social worth. Other scientists worry that too much caution leaves the public with an equally false impression that humans are somehow exempt from evolution altogether. Both concerns are legitimate. The challenge is to describe ongoing evolution clearly without slipping into determinism, hierarchy, or moral distortion. Adaptation is not destiny. Difference is not rank. Biological change is real, but it does not sort people into better and worse in any meaningful ethical sense. Ancient DNA has made one part of this debate harder to ignore. When researchers compare samples across centuries or millennia, they can sometimes see selection happening strongly enough that no abstract argument can explain it away. Variants rise in frequency. Ancestries mix. Disease-related genes shift. Dairying populations show clear changes. Highland populations show clear signatures. These are not metaphors. They are measurable historical processes. Yet even here debate survives, because the question is no longer whether this happened, but whether the same intensity still applies in the most modern environments, where contraception, global mobility, intensive medicine, and technological buffering may have transformed the rules yet again. The answer may differ region by region and trait by trait. Human evolution has become a mosaic not only in its biology, but in the scientific arguments used to describe it. One of the more interesting ideas to emerge from this debate is that cultural evolution may sometimes outrun and even overshadow genetic evolution without abolishing it. A society can solve a problem behaviorally so quickly that there is little time for a genetic solution to spread. Clothing can buffer cold, supplements can buffer vitamin deficiency, air travel can redistribute populations before local adaptation deepens much further. Public health can reduce a pathogen's selective power before long-term immunity-related genes shift strongly. In such cases, culture appears to dominate, and in practical terms it often does. But the body still inherits the conditions culture leaves behind. Even if genetic change is slowed in one domain, it may intensify in another. The species never fully escapes the consequences of differential reproduction and inherited variation. Some scholars therefore prefer not to ask whether humans are evolving faster or slower overall, because the question may be too blunt to capture reality. Faster in what trait, slower in what environment, compared with which period? The pace of change in a gene affecting milk digestion under strong dietary pressure is not the same as the pace of change in a highly polygenic behavioral trait under modern urban conditions. Nor is the tempo in a small isolated population comparable to that in a huge globally mixed one. There may be no single modern rate of human evolution, only many partial rates acting at once through different pressures. That answer is less satisfying than a slogan, but it fits the evidence better. The debate at the edge of science is therefore not a sign of confusion so much as a sign that the question has matured. Earlier generations argued over whether human evolution had ended because they lacked sufficient evidence and because the visible record encouraged false conclusions. Now the argument is subtler. Researchers ask how strongly different forms of selection still act, how much gene flow dilutes local adaptation, how rapidly culture changes the landscape, how much medicine weakens classical mortality filters, and which traits can be studied without slipping into speculation. These are serious, necessary questions. They do not weaken the case for ongoing evolution. They define it more precisely. And they point toward a future that is harder to forecast than any earlier period in human history. The species is entering conditions no population has ever experienced before: planetary urbanization, global migration at scale, artificial light everywhere, digital courtship, rising infertility in some regions, collapsing fertility in others, climate instability, endocrine-disrupting chemicals, engineered embryos on the horizon, and medical systems capable of preserving life far beyond old expectations. If past humans evolved through ice, hunger, altitude, disease, and grain, what happens when the pressures are increasingly synthetic, planetary, and self-imposed? The old debates begin to bend toward a new one. Not whether humans are still evolving, but what kind of creature emerges when the selective environment is no longer merely natural or cultural, but technological in the deepest sense. The future of human evolution will not arrive on an empty plane. It will arrive in traffic, in heat, in data centers and maternity wards, in flooded coastlines, in polluted air, in clinics, in refugee corridors, in shrinking villages and swelling megacities, in laboratories where embryos are screened, in apartments lit long past midnight, in bodies that eat industrial food while carrying genomes shaped by much older worlds. If earlier human evolution was written by ice ages, predators, pathogens, and subsistence, the next phase may be written by climate instability, planetary mobility, altered fertility, chemical exposure, and technologies powerful enough to intervene directly in reproduction itself. None of this means that evolution has become science fiction. It means the selection environment is changing again, and changing in ways no earlier human population had to face at this scale. Climate change is perhaps the broadest of these pressures because it touches almost every other one. Heat waves intensify, rainfall patterns shift, drought alters agriculture, flooding displaces populations, vector-borne diseases move into new regions, coastal cities face saltwater intrusion, storms, and repeated infrastructural stress. Wildfire smoke travels far beyond the fire line. Food insecurity expands in some places even while others adapt through technology and trade. Human beings can buffer many of these effects through engineering, migration, and social organization, but buffering is never equal. Some communities will have air conditioning, resilient healthcare, and reliable transport. Others will have unstable power, failing crops, contaminated water, and repeated displacement. Under such conditions, the future of human evolution will not be a single global process. It will be multiple overlapping responses to uneven crisis. Heat itself may become one of the most important long-term pressures, though not always in the straightforward physiological sense people expect. Humans already possess a remarkable capacity for thermal regulation, especially through sweating and behavioral adaptation. In many cases, cultural solutions, architecture, work schedules, clothing, shade, water systems, cooling technology will remain the dominant response. Yet culture may not fully erase the burden. Chronic heat stress affects pregnancy outcomes, labor productivity, cardiovascular strain, hydration, sleep, and disease risk. If some populations remain exposed over many generations with limited buffering, selection could in principle act on traits related to heat tolerance, circulation, metabolism, or fluid balance, though the evidence for such future shifts remains speculative. What is far less speculative is that climate stress will shape migration, and migration in turn will reshape the gene flow of populations across continents. That movement may become one of the defining forces of the coming centuries. Humans have always migrated, but future migration is likely to occur under conditions of unprecedented population size, political complexity, and environmental disruption. People will move because crops fail, because seas rise, because cities overheat, because conflict follows scarcity, because work and medicine remain concentrated elsewhere. These movements will mix populations that were once more locally patterned. Some local adaptations may diffuse more widely. Others may become less distinct. At the same time, migration can expose bodies to entirely new disease ecologies, diets, pollutants, and social stresses. Adaptation in the future may therefore depend less on isolated regional evolution, and more on how rapidly mixed populations can navigate novel urban industrial environments. Urban life itself is becoming nearly planetary. More and more humans live in cities, and the city of the future is not simply a larger version of the ancient one. It is denser, more vertical, more mediated by algorithms, more saturated with artificial light, processed food, endocrine-disrupting chemicals, traffic particles, chronic noise, sedentary work, and social anonymity. These conditions may alter reproduction, stress physiology, sleep, attention, metabolism, and child development profoundly. Many of these effects are likely to remain primarily developmental and cultural, rather than evolutionary in the narrow genetic sense. But if they persist unevenly across generations and correlate with differential fertility or survival, then biology could eventually respond. Scholars still debate how likely strong selection under such conditions might be, because modern urban life changes so rapidly and is so heavily shaped by policy and inequality. Even so, it is hard to imagine that a species living almost entirely inside built environments will remain untouched by them forever. Pollution adds another layer. Earlier humans faced smoke, parasites, and natural toxins, but industrial and post-industrial societies expose populations to synthetic chemicals, heavy metals, microplastics, endocrine disruptors, and complex air pollution at scales unknown in the past. These exposures affect fertility, fetal development, endocrine signaling, respiratory health, cognition, and long-term disease risk. In some cases, the damage may simply be too fast too harmful, and too socially widespread to produce anything one would want to call adaptive evolution. Harm is not automatically a selection pressure that populations can smoothly answer. Sometimes it is just damage. Still, if exposure varies and reproductive success differs systematically under those exposures, then future human biology may be shaped in part by tolerance to toxic environments humans themselves created. That is a bleak possibility, but a real one. Fertility may prove even more consequential than climate or pollution in some regions. In many wealthy societies, fertility has fallen below replacement for sustained periods. Parenthood is delayed. Assisted reproduction becomes more common. Sperm counts and reproductive health have become topics of increasing concern in parts of the scientific literature, though the evidence and causes remain debated. Housing costs, educational demands, labor precarity, gender norms, and personal choice all alter who has children and when. In some places, people with the greatest economic and educational opportunity reproduce the least. In others, high fertility remains tied to different social and religious conditions. Over time, such patterns could shape the future distribution of traits associated, however indirectly, with behavior, health, partnership stability, or reproductive physiology. But caution is essential here. Social systems shift quickly. A fertility pattern that seems stable for 50 years may reverse under policy change, economic collapse, or cultural reaction. The future cannot be projected as if present family behavior were an eternal law. Biotechnology makes the uncertainty even deeper. For most of evolutionary history, heredity changes because some individuals reproduce more successfully than others under existing conditions. But once humans can actively intervene in reproduction through embryo screening, gene editing, sperm and egg selection, fertility preservation, and perhaps more advanced germline technologies in the future, the relationship between natural selection and inheritance begins to change. This does not mean evolution stops. It means intentional design may start competing with older blind processes in limited but growing domains. At present, such technologies remain expensive, unevenly available, ethically contested, and technically constrained. Most complex human traits are far too polygenic and environmentally entangled to be designed in any straightforward way. Still, even modest intervention can matter. Avoiding certain severe genetic diseases changes the hereditary future of families. Widespread embryo selection for health-related risk profiles, if it expands, could do more. The deeper question is not whether technology can create a perfect human. It cannot. The deeper question is whether selection itself becomes partly engineered. If that happens, human evolution enters a historically unprecedented phase. For the first time, some lineages might be shaped less by differential survival after birth and more by decisions made before implantation. But even here, the old pattern returns access will be unequal. Regulation will differ. Cultural acceptance will vary. Wealthier populations may gain certain reproductive options earlier than others. Some states may encourage intervention, others may ban it. Technology, like medicine before it, will not fall evenly across the species. It will become another layer of differential environment, one capable of reshaping fertility and inheritance without ever becoming universal. In that sense, even a technologically modified human future would remain evolutionary. It would just be evolution entangled with politics, ethics, and markets as never before. Artificial reproduction also raises a subtler issue. The more reproduction becomes decoupled from ordinary mating patterns, the more traditional sexual selection may shift. If people increasingly delay childbirth, rely on stored gametes, use donors, or reproduce through medical systems that bypass some old barriers, then the link between attractiveness, partnership, and heredity may weaken in some contexts. On the other hand, such systems might intensify new forms of selection based on resources, planning, or access to care. Future evolution may therefore depend not only on who finds whom desirable, but on who can navigate reproductive technology successfully. This would not make human reproduction less social. It would make it social in a more institutional, medicalized, and unequal way. There is also the possibility that future selection will act strongly on traits related to mental resilience, attention, stress regulation, and social functioning under technologically saturated conditions. Modern life in many places imposes chronic low-grade pressures unlike those of the prehistoric world information overload. Social comparison at scale, sleep disruption from artificial light, sedentary labor, long education, delayed family formation, and persistent psychological strain. It is tempting to tell simple stories here, but the science does not yet justify them. Mental and behavioral traits are among the most complex, polygenic, and environmentally sensitive of all human characteristics. No single explanation fully accounts for how these pressures might shape long-term evolution. Yet it would be surprising if a species that increasingly lives inside cognitively demanding, sleep-disrupting, socially fragmented systems experienced no selective consequences at all over long periods. And still, for all this novelty, the future may preserve one ancient rule above every other inequality decides exposure. Just as cities once filtered disease through class and sanitation, future environments will filter climate, medicine, pollution, nutrition, and reproductive technology through wealth, infrastructure, and political power. Some people will inhabit buffered worlds of cooling systems, advanced health care, safe childbirth, low toxin exposure, and reproductive choice. Others will inhabit worlds of unstable labor, contaminated air, untreated disease, ecological disruption, and forced displacement. The human species will therefore continue evolving inside gradients of advantage and vulnerability built by its own societies. Evolution will not be democratic. It never was. This is what makes the future so difficult to predict and so impossible to summarize in a single image. There will be no one future human. There will be populations adapting, mixing, struggling, buffering, and perhaps intentionally altering inheritance under different conditions across the planet. Some adaptations may remain local and physiological, as with altitude or endemic disease. Some may be swamped by migration before they deepen. Some may be replaced by technology before genes respond at all. Some pressures may be so recent and shifting that they leave only developmental damage, not long-term adaptation. Others may quietly shape fertility and survival enough to leave marks only visible generations later. The evidence for the future, by definition, remains incomplete. But what survives from the past suggests a firm principle every time humans transform their world. They also transform the terms on which their descendants will live and reproduce. So the future of human evolution is not a story of sudden metamorphosis. It is a story of altered pressures, rising heat, mobile populations, changing fertility, medical intervention, pollution, chronic disease, urban concentration, and reproductive technology are the new landscape. Some of these pressures will be buffered, some will deepen, some will produce selection, some will only produce suffering. Human evolution, as always, will not move toward perfection. It will move through compromise. Bodies will continue negotiating with conditions they did not choose. even when these conditions are the cumulative result of human choices. And that brings the argument toward its end. The deepest mistake in the claim that humans stopped evolving was never just biological, it was philosophical. It imagined that civilization had lifted the species out of consequence. The future makes that fantasy impossible to sustain. Humans remain what they have always been, organisms inheriting variation in environments that reward some outcomes over others. The difference is that the environments are now increasingly of human making. Evolution has not vanished. It has moved indoors, into systems, into institutions, into infrastructure, into decisions about medicine, food, labor, and reproduction. The question is no longer whether it continues. The question is whether people are willing to see themselves clearly enough to recognize that every new world they build becomes, in time, a force that builds them back. In the end, the idea that humans stopped evolving survives mostly because it flatters the species. It offers a clean ending to a story people would prefer to think is already complete. There is a primitive world of hunger, weather, predators, parasites, and extinction. And then there is the human world of language, law, medicine, architecture, and choice. In that telling, civilization functions as an escape hatch. Biology belongs to the past. History begins where evolution ends. It is an elegant myth, and like many elegant myths, it breaks apart the moment the evidence is allowed to accumulate. The body disproves it, the genome disproves it, disease disproves it, diet disproves it, altitude, sunlight, fertility, migration, and the long struggle with microbes all disprove it. Humans did not stop evolving. They became harder to read. That difficulty is the real source of the confusion. Earlier human evolution leaves behind visible landmarks. Brains enlarge, faces shift, limbs rebalance, tools proliferate, populations spread into new worlds. Deep time compresses those changes into dramatic contrasts that fit neatly in museum halls and textbook diagrams. Recent evolution is quieter. It often leaves its marks in enzymes rather than limbs, in blood chemistry rather than jaw shape, in immune response rather than skull form. It acts locally, not always globally. It is often entangled with culture so thoroughly that the old distinction between natural and artificial pressure begins to seem childish. A city is an environment, a grain field is an environment, a hospital is an environment, a fertility clinic, a polluted highway, a high-rise apartment, a pastoral camp, a refugee route, a night shift, a diet of refined sugar, a vaccination program, a drought-struck delta, an air-conditioned office, a mountain plateau, and an online marriage market are all environments. They shape the odds under which inherited traits move forward or fall away. Once that is accepted, the entire question changes. It is no longer a matter of asking whether humans remain subject to evolution, as if one were checking whether gravity still applies indoors. Of course it does. The better question is what kind of evolution now governs a species that remakes its own conditions faster than any large animal before it? The answer is not simple, because the species itself is no longer living under one consistent set of pressures. Some populations still face strong mortality from infection, heat, childbirth risk, or undernutrition. Others are buffered by medicine but filtered through fertility decline, delayed reproduction, metabolic disease, chronic stress, and polluted urban life. Some local adaptations may still deepen, others may dissolve through migration and mixture. Some traits may spread because they fit new technological realities. Others may persist only because medicine and care allow them to. No single explanation fully accounts for the whole pattern, because there is no longer one human niche. There are many, and they overlap. What remains constant beneath all of this is the underlying logic. Evolution requires variation, inheritance, and unequal outcomes across generations. Humans still have all three. Variation has not ceased. New mutations still arise. Old variants are still reshuffled. An ancient ancestry still lingers in ways earlier science barely guessed. Inheritance still matters, even if culture increasingly determines which inherited traits carry practical consequences. Unequal outcomes remain everywhere. Some children are born into clean air and advanced hospitals, others into drought and contaminated water. Some adults reproduce easily, others do not. Some lineages flourish in expanding populations, others contract. Some bodies tolerate local disease or altitude or diet better than others. Some live long enough to pass on genes because technology intervenes. Others still die for lack of that same intervention. This is evolution in a modern key, less theatrical than the old one perhaps, but no less real. The species has not transcended nature. It has multiplied the pathways through which nature acts. That is the deepest lesson of the whole story. Fire did not end selection. It changed what selection worked on. Agriculture did not end selection. It tied bodies to grain, livestock, crowd disease, and fertility expansion. Cities did not end selection. They built corridors for pathogens, pollution, class inequality, and migration. Medicine did not end selection. It softened some ancient filters while strengthening the importance of access, fertility patterns, chronic disease, and technological inequality. Culture did not end selection. It became one of its main instruments. Even compassion, one of the most human of all achievements, becomes part of the environment through which biology passes when care allows lives and lineages to continue that older worlds might have cut short. The species remains an animal, but an animal living inside systems of its own construction. That makes human evolution stranger than the older fossil story ever suggested. It is no longer enough to picture selection as cold wind over a grassland or hunger at the edge of winter. Selection may now sit in a hospital waiting room, in a marriage-age trend, in a polluted neighborhood, in the unequal spread of reproductive technology, in the heat load of a city, in the sleep loss caused by artificial light, in the fertility collapse of one country and the demographic surge of another. It may move through social decisions as much as through climate, yet for all that complexity, the conclusion remains surprisingly simple. Humans are still evolving, just differently from how they once expected evolution to look. There is also a kind of humility in this conclusion. It means the species is unfinished, and perhaps always will be. Not unfinished in the naive sense that a more advanced model is waiting in the wings, but unfinished in the deeper biological sense that every generation inherits a moving target. No body is final. No environment is stable forever. No adaptation is universally perfect. Every solution creates fresh trade-offs. Every buffer introduces new vulnerability. Every technological victory rearranges the pressures acting on descendants. The history of human evolution is therefore not a march toward completion. It is a long sequence of compromises between organism and world, and the world now includes farms, states, cities, machines, chemicals, and code as surely as it includes rain, altitude, sunlight, and disease. What the fossil record began, the genome finished the myth of stillness cannot survive close inspection. Ancient bones show that the human form was made in motion. Recent DNA shows that motion never really ceased. Modern life only hid it under layers of culture so thick that people forgot the body was still keeping score. but it is in blood, in skin, in digestion, in immunity, in fertility, in how infants survive, in how populations mix, in who has children and under what conditions. Deep time continues to pass through the present. The stone tool and the antibiotic belong to the same story. So do the hearth and the climate-controlled tower. So do the mammoth plain and the mega-city. All are chapters in the same unfinished relationship between inheritance and environment. So the answer, at last, is not mysterious at all, though it took a long road to see it clearly. Humans did not really stop evolving. They entered a phase where evolution became more distributed, more entangled with culture, more physiological than anatomical in many cases, more local in some places and more globally mixed in others. They remained subject to consequence, even as they became more powerful at reorganizing the circumstances under which consequence arrives. That is why the question still matters. It is not just about the past. It is about whether people can understand their own condition clearly enough to recognize that every society, every technology, every environmental choice, and every system of care becomes part of the species' future history. And if there is one final correction to make, it is this. The opposite of the myth is not that humans are helplessly controlled by biology. That would be just another distortion. The truth lies between the extremes. Humans shape their world, and their world shapes them back. They invent, plan, care, build, migrate, and imagine. None of that frees them from evolution. It gives evolution new rooms to work in. The species is not trapped in a prehistoric mechanism, nor has it escaped it. It lives inside it while constantly rebuilding the walls. That is a more complicated picture than the old claim of stillness ever allowed, but it is also a more human one. It leaves room for science, for uncertainty, for responsibility, and for awe at the strange creature that can transform a planet and still remain, in every cell, a product of history. The light fades slowly over a landscape that has changed too many times to remember itself. Somewhere beneath the city street lies older ground, and beneath that ground older rivers, and beneath those rivers the feet of people who walked with fire into cold places believing only in the next day's survival. Their bones are gone or nearly gone. Their names were never written. But the long pressure that moved through them has not ended. It moves now through hospitals and harvests, through mountain villages and crowded coastlines, through blood tests, birth records, migrations, and the silent chemistry of living tissue. Human beings like to imagine themselves as the moment the story turns away from nature. It is a comforting thought, especially in bright rooms filled with machines that answer hunger, heat, distance, pain, and darkness with a switch or a pill or a signal. Yet even there, the body remains what it has always been, a temporary arrangement of inherited possibilities, meeting a world it did not choose. The world may be built of asphalt and glass now, or wires and code, but it still presses back. It still rewards, strains, shelters, injures, nourishes, and sorts. Perhaps that is why the question lingers. Not because the answer is unclear anymore, but because it asks something quietly unsettling of the present. It asks people to see themselves not as finished beings standing outside time, but as one living phase in a longer movement, not the end of a chain, but a passing expression of it. The hands on keyboards, the lungs in traffic, the children in schoolyards, the elders under hospital lights, the families crossing borders, the bodies climbing high roads into thin air, the faces turned toward changing weather, all of them carry the same unfinished inheritance. And so the story does not close with a new species appearing on the horizon, or with some grand revelation that the future human will be unrecognizable. It closes with something quieter, a recognition that change rarely announces itself while it is happening, a recognition that survival leaves traces whether people notice them or not, a recognition that the landscapes humans build around themselves become, in time, landscapes built inside them as well. Night comes on, the city glows. Far beyond it, wind moves through dry grass where older lives once passed and vanished. Between that vanished world and this one, nothing essential has been suspended. The same deep bargain continues. Life inherits. Life adapts. Life carries forward what it can.